Merry Christmas, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's having a good Monday. I can hear electricity coming from your mic.
I don't.
You want to see where it's connected? Okay, well, no sound. What do you mean no sound? Hello? 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 What do you mean no sound?
No electric sound.
Oh, yeah, for you guys. I thought you meant no sound for me. I was like, good news. We are officially unbananaed. We're officially on our the normal TikTok account. So that is good news. So what did we learn, ladies and gentlemen? Don't do accidental racisms. That's what we learned. Don't do accidental racisms.
And it really was accidental.
It really was an accidental racism. It really was. It really was. But people be like, no, that's not an accidental racism. That was John just showing his true colors.
Well, you're not allowed to make mistakes, so.
Not allowed to make mistakes. You're not allowed to use the M word. There's so many words you're just not allowed to use out there. You just can't do it. Not allowed to do it. Not allowed to do it. If you get banned, make it worth it. Actual racism. So smash the like button, share the live, do the things you need to do to make sure that we get out to the people we need to get out to. We don't do it on accident. We just do it on purpose. We just do it on purpose. I don't know what to say. Look, we got Abby.
It's me until John gets here.
Until John gets here. My goodness, you look good.
Thank you, baby.
You look good. You look like you're glowing. You look great. You look great.
It's the lighting.
It is the lighting. It's good lighting.
The real question is who listened to our podcast yesterday?
That is a real question. We do have a new podcast episode out. It's on technical problems. The Technical Problems podcast, which is actually really hard to find on YouTube. If you just search it up, it will not pop up. So make sure that you go on my Discord and click it on in the announcements folder, and you'll find it there, or you can find it on the Patreon, which you don't have to pay to find it.
Gabe just posted the link because he's a gangster.
Gabe just posted the link because he is a gangster. So you can check it out there. We go into Canadian politics on that one. So you got to go check that out, ladies and gentlemen. You must have been a while since you've been here. Oh, got the wife on now too. Sick. Yeah, she's been on for a while. When I got my new camera.
Long time no see.
When I got my new camera, I got her camera set up. My hair is just not staying where it's supposed to stay.
Tactical Viking says I was stressing about the candle close to the curtain the entire time. It really wasn't close.
It really was pretty far.
Much.
Yeah, it was.
There's like this much. There we go. This much space between. It wasn't even touching.
Yeah, it was.
And it was in the jar. Like the candle was in the jar.
It was fine. It was fine. And if we burnt down one drape.
I don't like those curtains anyway, to be honest.
Those curtains came with the house.
Yeah.
We didn't buy them.
I'd be happy to get new ones.
Except for the fact that curtains are ridiculously expensive.
Very expensive.
That's
why we haven't replaced them.
Curtains have no business being as expensive as they are. They really have no business being that expensive. It makes zero sense to me on why a curtain is that freaking expensive at all, because it's just a freaking drape you put over your thing. But it's like $50 a curtain, not a set, a curtain for one half of a window. Right? We got how many windows? We got one, two. I'm just want to think 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm going to count certain windows because the bigger is like 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We had about 10 windows. So like 50 times 10, right? What's that, like $1,000? Something like that?
Someone asked if the drapes catch fire, is that a technical problem? I don't think that's a technical problem because it's not technology.
We did have a lot of technical problems, though.
It's a big problem.
Today's stream, let's do a prayer. Well, yeah, so Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings. Walk with us. Be present with us. Give us the spirit to strike down our enemies or have good conversations. One of the two. You are good in all that you do. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Did you guys know, I learned this last night, that the saying like in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, that came part of idea in the early church, which is ancient. We can't even date it back to how early it is. That every time you reference scripture, if you read scripture, if you read a prayer, that you're supposed to attribute it to the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, right? Now, I'm not even talking about the cross. I'm just saying from the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So even if you read a piece of scripture, you would try to associate it, because the idea is every time you pray, you're praying to the Father in the authority of the Son, in the name of the Son, through the power of the Holy Spirit. And that's why we say it. So I learned that. I learned that last night, and I thought that was interesting. So that's why we do it, because we pray to the Father through the Son, or to the Father in the name of the Son with the power of the Holy Spirit. I was going to say something else completely. No, I was just going to do this.
Blinds are way worse, Fresh.
What?
Fresh Bueller says, don't get me started on blinds. They're even worse than curtains. One time we looked for blind. We were like, oh, we'll just get blinds instead because we'd prefer that, to be honest. And then we're like, never mind.
Oh, they can't hear the music. I got to restart it. Because I forgot to turn on the... There you go. Smartest Christian. Abby, I agree.
Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Bro, you don't make any sense. Slow down a second, it's making you tense. When I be talking, just don't interrupt. I say the truth, you get salty for what?
Thank you for Jizya.
Argument, not an assertion. I'm almost convinced that you're not a real person. Why are you galloping?
Super based.
You gish? Topic to topic, you flop like a fish. Say what you're meaning while being concise. Still got my taco, I ain't leaving Christ. Linda, just listen, get wrecked by a Christian. I think you might have a special condition. I debate all of you Muslim and atheists.
Just a reminder, we ain't taking anybody up until 20,000 likes on TikTok. 20,000 is what we need, because we're back, baby.
Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Give me some logic, I just want to know why you so toxic, bro. I'm on a roll.
Blinds have no business being that. That's why we haven't done it. It's like, why do we want to spend hundreds of dollars to cover our windows?
I'd like to say that Gabe has been a member for 9 months. I think that's the highest I've seen.
Gabe is the best thing that happened in the Alex O'Connor debate, because that's why he's here.
Just keep it real. Tell me how you feel.
It's funny because I'm a hip hop head,
Jesus is king.
but my Spotify rap says I have the listening taste of an 80-year-old.
That is pretty funny. I wonder what kind of 80-year-olds they know.
It literally said I had the listening taste of an 80-year-old because of the music I listen to. But I like to listen to old music. Old music's way more interesting than new music. Like
It is better.
You put on something. Better is subjective. I say that interesting, because if you put on something like Taylor Swift and like take away Taylor Swift singing and just listen to the music, it's the same melody all the way through, right to the end. And then you add in her singing, and she's really got no range. No range.
It's so boring.
It's boring. And I think most music, that's why I like hip-hop music, because hip-hop music like is interesting, because they have unique patterns. At least some hip-hop music's got unique patterns. Some is really boring too. Some is just the triplets. That's all they do. But some of it gets real interesting. But old music is interesting. It's fascinating, the things that they do. The phrases that they go into, the patterns they go into, the unique sounds that they use, the levels. It's all different. You can't find two people in the past who sound the same. Like if you pick up an album in the 70s of one guy and then pick up an album in the 70s of another guy, they sound completely different. You pick up something now, like I can't tell the difference between vast majority of artists nowadays when I put them on. I really can't.
I think it's also like an oversaturation of the market, because back then like it was hard to make music and hard to like travel around and show music, you know? So you got like a few really good people, but now like anybody can make music. So it all just kind of.
People ask me old like what? Hold on, I'll tell you. Kanye Twitty. Loretta Willie Nelson.
I don't know any.
Loretta Lynn. Johnny Horton.
I don't know any.
Johnny Cash. Patsy Cline. George Jones. Hank Williams. This is stuff my grandma listened to, and she passed away recently, so I was listening to it more. And that's probably why I got the 80 thing. And then I was listening to, what else was I listening? We were listening to like I Would Walk a Thousand.
Oh yeah.
And
we
then,
enjoy that.
Yeah, and then like a lot of Dr. Hook. I love Dr. Hook.
Yes.
I love Dr. Hook, man. Oh, it's so good. I love Dr. Hook like a lot. What was that? What is that one song by Dr. Hook? I wish I could play music right now, but we get demonetized for it. But I would love to do that. I also listen to Radiohead. I listen to a lot of Eminem. I'll always be a fan of Eminem to the day I die. I listen to Daft Punk. What else do I listen to? Michael Jackson was something I listened to. Trying to remember that. Rolling Stone, on the cover of the Rolling Stones. Rolling Stone's gonna see my picture on the cover. Stone's gonna buy 5 copies for my mother. Stone's gonna see my smiling face on the cover of the Rolling. That's my jam. That's my jam.
Somebody asked, "Hey John, can you play Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War on the gaming channel? I bought it and can't play the campaign. I need the story."
If you buy it for me. I'm not buying it. That game's like $100, man. That's like $100 game, bro. I ain't spending no $100 on no Call of Duty game. On no call. What is John? What are you doing? You're joining the wrong guest queue.
John, maybe he's just starting there because you want him on there too, right?
Yeah.
So.
See, your Abby has a brain.
My Abby? You're my property, woman. Oh, hold on. I might get bananaed again. I got to be careful. I can't say that. You're my property. Property might be another derogatory term that you're not allowed to say. COD definitely ain't worth no $100. Most games aren't worth. 99.9% of the time, I do not buy games until they go on sale. There's very few games that I buy full price.
Someone says Cold War is 5 years old. It's not $100.
Oh, it's not. Well, you still got to buy it for me because I don't like Call of Duty. but if you buy it for me, what are you doing, John? Where are you? I'm literally waiting for you to get started. Today's topic.
Brother, I'm in your. I'm in.
Where?
Just have to.
Oh, there he is.
I got it backwards. Oops. I usually have that part on the top. That's fine.
Why is he echoing?
Because he didn't mute himself on.
Okay.
On the thingamajig, whatchamacallit. Sorry for coughing in your ears, ladies and gentlemen. I was doing something and then my OCD kicked in and I couldn't switch between the two. All right. So today's topic is Fuzzy John. How fuzzy can John be?
There he is. It cleared up.
How fuzzy can John be? I got to fix my camera too. For some reason, it's not
clear. We're in the clear.
Oh, nice. And you're going through the right channel. Good day. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. So last time, John, you got mad at me. You sent me a DM and you were like, technically we have the positive claim here. And no, we didn't, because I said, prove me wrong. Today, I'm going to remove the prove me wrong. And actually, we're going to take the positive claim. But we're going to take the positive claim that Christianity is true. And I'm going to remove the prove me wrong part. And then people can come up and say, well, prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Prove your fairy tale and your Santa Claus. Prove your Santa Claus. I don't believe in you, Santa Claus.
Oh.
That voice is really, really doing something when you whisper in my ear.
Tell me that's not what they sound like.
Holy heaven.
That was really, sticky.
Tell me.
Wasn't it, though? Wasn't it, though?
I did not enjoy that right into my ears.
But tell me that's not what they sound like.
Uh,
Huh?
I can't. I
You
can't.
can't. That's what they sound like. That's what they say.
Can't tell
Everybody
you that.
smash the like button. Again, I know we could just hit 20,000 likes, but we need to get more people in here. We need more people in here.
21,000 says Shannon. It was probably all Shannon.
We had 500 people in here the other day when we got bananaed. 500 people, and then we got bananaed. We need to get back up to those numbers, and I need y'all help to do it. Y'all help to do it. Again, today's topic.
For the chat. Oh, go ahead.
No, you
You're
go.
good.
No,
I
you
was
do
just
it.
gonna say for
Talk.
the chat, if you see me like looking down, I have the TikTok pulled up, so I'm reading comments and whatnot, and going back and forth between YouTube and whenever John is debating people, I'm listening. But
I was gonna let you
I'm
because I
also,
kind of
like,
talked.
ADHD.
I kind of talked over you a lot last time, so I was gonna try to let you to go. I was gonna try, but
Oh,
I
you're
got
fine.
a horrible complex.
No, you're fine. I'm the co-host. You're supposed to talk more.
We believe in equality here.
No, we don't. What are you talking about?
Only among the men. No.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start bringing up some guests. Abby, you can open up the floodgates. Today's topic is Christianity is true. Win a taco. It's kind of hard to like add in a stipulation there because we're taking the positive.
In the shorts chat?
What are you doing there, Funky? What are you doing there?
Get out while you can. The gates are open.
Hello. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
42.
All right, Christianity is true. Do you disagree?
Well, I'll say this. I don't think the Christianity that you're proposing is true.
Which one is
What
true
Christianity
then?
are we proposing?
Well, I believe biblical Christianity is true, but you believe you can lose your salvation, right?
Oh, Lord, Dine. Have a great day.
You don't even act like.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that infighting thing. I'm a biblical Christian. You're not a real Christian. Eat my butthole. How about that? How about that?
Oh, I forgot my flamingo.
What?
I'm gonna go get my flamingo. I'm gonna get my flamingo. I'll be right back.
John's gonna go get his flamingo. Everybody, John's gonna go get his flamingo. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, you go get your flamingo, whatever that is. Why'd he turn his camera off?
Hello.
Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm doing good, and I'm 34.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Do you disagree?
Well, first of all, I would say I think there are things in the Bible that are untrue. So if that shatters Christianity, then I would say yes, Christianity is false. But if you can concede that there are errors or mistakes in the Bible, then possibly not, because Christianity does serve a purpose. It does help people. There is a lot of good that comes from Christianity, and it is useful in people's lives.
Yeah.
So
when
in that regard, it is true.
Yeah, so when I say it's true, I'm not talking like in the sense of like, oh, it's true for you. Like, as long as I feel a certain way, it's true. I mean, is it true as in like it's actually like an ontological reality of this world? Jesus Christ actually died and resurrected.
Then I would say Christianity is false.
What's with the profile picture then?
That's not Jesus. Take a closer look.
Who is it?
That's Charles Manson.
Why do you got a picture of Charles Manson carrying a cross?
Because why not? It's just a joke.
What's the joke? Explain it to me.
I mean, they're both cult leaders, right?
No.
Oh, it's one of these.
What's the cult?
What do you mean?
What's the
The
cult?
Manson family?
No, like
The
you're
Manson
saying
family.
Manson was a cult leader, and then you're saying Jesus is also a cult leader, and that's the joke. So what's the cult that Jesus started?
Well, I mean, they're definitely Christian cults, for sure.
Sure. What cult did Jesus start?
None, but he's at the head of
You said
Christian
they both
cults.
started cults. So I'm still trying to figure out the joke. I'm
No,
trying to find where
I said they're both cult leaders. There are plenty of people who use Jesus as a figurehead of their cult, like the Branch Davidians, for example.
So if I take your picture and put it on a wall and then start worshiping you as in a cult, are you all of a sudden the leader of my cult?
Yeah, in a
You
sense.
would be the leader of my cult. So then people could
In a
start
sense.
making jokes about you in the same context.
Yeah, certainly.
You think that's perfectly rational?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh, so you agree that you have an irrational joke?
Yeah, I mean it's literally a joke. It doesn't.
Well,
have to
I
be
don't get it.
rational.
What's the punchline? Where's the funny part?
I don't know. Some people laugh when they see it.
Some people laugh when they see somebody get hit by a car. Does that make it funny?
To some people, yeah.
So that's a joke when people get hit by a car and like get dead.
No.
But some people find it funny.
Yeah, because like part of humor is subverting expectation, and like you don't expect to see someone get hit by a car, so you might actually find some humor in that. Just like you
So
don't.
is
expect to
it
see
a
Charles
joke?
Manson carrying-
Is it a joke when people get hit by cars?
No, but I'm explaining that like
Okay, but it can be funny. I get that. So where's the joke in your profile picture? I'm trying to find the
it
joke.
subverts expectations. You don't expect to see Charles Manson carrying a cross. You expect to see Jesus.
But just because it subverts expectations doesn't make it a joke. You already made that clear. Somebody gets hit by a car,
Right.
that's not a joke.
Yeah, can we actually get into like Christianity instead of my profile picture?
I'm just trying to find the joke. Like you say, it's a joke and it's
obviously
funny.
my profile picture is in poor taste and it's dumb. Like, come on, like
Oh, okay.
I even know
Okay.
that.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, man. Why is Christianity false? Why don't you believe it?
There are just claims within specifically the New Testament that just don't line up with reality or facts. There are things that contradict each other. So we could specifically get into some stuff. For example, Jesus in Matthew, I believe it's either 12 or 14. Don't remember right off the top of my head. But they ask for a sign, and Jesus tells them that the sign he will give them is the sign of Jonah. And he says, as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the whale, so also will the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the earth. And we can even go back to Jonah chapter 1 and read the context there. And sure enough, it says Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the whale, or great fish, depending on whatever, that's not part that matters. The thing is, we know
Counting
from
back
all
from
four
Friday,
gospel accounts.
Jesus was not 3 days.
Let him
3 nights
finish.
in the
Let him
Ark,
finish.
right?
Let him finish.
Dude, what do you say?
No, finish. Just finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we know from all four gospel accounts that Jesus was crucified on the day of preparation, which is the day preparing for the Sabbath, the Passover, which would be, Friday, which means Jesus was in the tomb Friday and Saturday and then rose again early in the morning, Sunday morning. So Jesus was not, in fact, in the tomb 3 nights as claimed in all 3 of those places.
Christianity debunked. Let me say I grant this argument. What does that do?
So that's just a tiny grain of sand in the sandcastle of arguments of things that don't make sense.
But hold on, what does it do? What does it mean if it's the case that it wasn't exactly 3 days and 3 nights?
It just shows some inconsistencies within the text.
How?
Because Jesus said exactly 3 days and 3 nights twice.
Where did he say the words exactly?
I said in Matthew either 12 or 14. I can't remember.
He uses the word exactly.
No, he doesn't use the word exactly. He uses the words 3 days, 3 nights.
Okay,
so it's recorded in the book of Jonah.
Okay, so again, if I grant that he said 3 days, 3 nights, and then it turns out to be 2 full days and half a day, what does that mean?
That just means that it's off a little bit.
Oh, so what would we conclude?
I would just conclude that was an inaccurate statement. So like, I'll be as
So just say, like, out of curiosity, if I say, hey, I'll be there in 2 days, and then I show
Yeah,
up.
that
I show up like
that's what I was
a day and 12 hours. Would you be like, oh, well, technically you're dishonest with me? You said 2 days.
No. I was going to grant that. So, like, if I say I had 2 days off work, that doesn't mean I necessarily have to be outside of work for 48 hours exactly. Because further, like in the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus says that he'll rise on the third day. And that means any amount of time on that third day, or, if you use day in that way, it
Okay.
could mean any part of a 24-hour period. However, whenever you specifically say 3 days and 3 nights, now we're talking about 6 units of time. And those 6 units of time were not
How did
fulfilled
the Israelites measure time? Did they
from
measure
sundown
6?
to sun.
Did they measure sundown, sunset? Are you sure about that?
I said from sundown to sunrise.
They measured sundown to sunrise. Are you sure about that?
I think so. No, I'm not sure about that.
Okay. John, do you know? I know you had an argument that you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So if you count by like a Roman time, if you count by like a 72-hour period, Jesus was not in the tomb 3 days and 3 nights. If you count by, so when was Jesus taken off the cross and put in the tomb? Before or after sunset?
Before.
Before. Okay. So is a day in Jewish time, is that considered the daytime if he's buried before sunset?
Yeah, I would grant that.
Okay, so there's one. Okay, so Friday, he's in the tomb Friday, and after sunset, Friday night, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Saturday, that starts from sunrise to sunset. You have another 2 period, and then you have Sunday morning. Now, your contention is that Jesus was not in the grave Sunday night, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So why would this be a contention?
This is, like I said, just such a small grain of sand to the bigger picture. But it's just inaccurate. Like if I said, hey, I had 2 days and 2 nights off work, but really I went in Saturday night, I would have been inaccurate in my statement. If I said I had 2 days off work, but I went in Saturday night, yeah, close enough, whatever. But if I said I had 2 days and 2 nights, but I went in that night, then I'm just not telling the truth. I'm saying something that's not false, or that's not correct.
Well, no, or you're just representing the time period of 3. So whether or not it's 3 days, whether it's 3 days, 3 nights, whether it is 40 days, 40 nights, like when we look at the Bible and we look at how people would they would negotiate with time limits, they would negotiate with time stamps in reference to days and nights. We see this all over the place. Like it's not something that's unique to the story of Jesus. We have other instances. There's an instance in, I think it's in Ezekiel, where they reference this type of thing as well.
Also, I do agree with John on the measurement of time, right? It's very different. This is why you'll see things about the reference towards the hours, like the third hour isn't represented to 3 o'clock, right? That's a certain specific time of day. But even outside of that, for example, the scholar R.T. France on his commentary on Matthew agrees that the 3 days and 3 nights Jewish idiom is appropriate period to covering only 2 nights. So it's an idiomatic language that they use. So when they reference 3 days, 3 nights is an idiomatic language to reference a certain span of time. And it could be anywhere, as long as you're within that realm of time, it's perfectly fine. It's like me saying, I'll be there in a fortnight, right? It's a specific language that we use.
Yeah. And I'm willing to grant that. And I had a conversation with someone about Oh, I thought you dropped me. Okay. No. I had a conversation with someone about James, the brother of Jesus. Did brother actually have to mean physical blood sibling and all that? And I found out, that 50% of the time when you see brother in first century Jewish writings, it actually could mean just a close acquaintance. And I wasn't aware of that. So I was so yeah, obviously unless you're aware of the idioms, then you can't really know for sure how something's being used. So I'm willing to grant that.
Cool.
So let's see, where else could we go? Just the birth narratives are different. We have Luke and Matthew giving two different accounts because we have Jesus either being born during the rule of Herod the Great or being born under the rule of Quirinius. And we know that those two things don't line up. That would put Jesus either being born earlier or later than what's going on there, because after Herod unalived, then we had Quirinius and all that. Like it just doesn't line up. Also, the whole census thing. There's no record of people having to travel to their homeland to do a census, like their ancestral.
Well, there is a
land.
record.
Not of people having to travel to their ancestral land for.
Yeah, there is a record. It's in the Bible.
No, we have another one as well. Okay, here, I'm going to pull up my paper.
But even if we
remember
didn't,
the name of it.
Even if we didn't, the Bible is a record of it.
So let's just, outside of scripture and all that, what is a census trying to measure? What are we trying to figure out from a census?
Well, John said he had one outside of it, but I don't know what point are you trying to get?
Well, making people leave their jobs, leave their homes, it disrupts the entire economy, it disrupts everything, and it gives you useless information, because knowing where your ancestral home is and making you go there, that doesn't do anything for the census, when you could take the census and say, oh, hey, my family hails from, Jerusalem or Bethlehem or whatever. Like,
yeah, I'm not interested in people's motives. Right.
I'm just saying the Romans wouldn't have done that. There's no record of the Romans doing that.
How do you know they wouldn't have, though? Like,
because
that you're making a claim towards motive now. How do you know they wouldn't have a motive to do that?
Because it would shut down the entire economy of the empire to make everyone travel to their ancestral home. Like, what do you do whenever your baker has to leave and go to Bethlehem?
These people traveled all the time. That's not a very uncommon thing, and they would often do it for long periods of time. Baker? Well, hold on. Traveling. So for one, traveling in the ancient Near East was a very, very, very common practice, and they would do it for weeks on end, even parts of their trade. A local baker would just continue to bake wherever he traveled, right? Same with carpenters.
Right, but what did the people eat who normally eat the local baker's bread? Is what I'm getting at.
They probably would have stocked food. We're not talking months of travel. Like these communities are not that far apart.
They're pretty far when you don't have cars. And like a town only has like 1,000 to 2,000 people at this time.
Well, that might have been a reason why they got them to travel. It's because instead of them traveling to each and every town and doing a consensus, they got them to group up and gather.
What I'm saying is if you have civilizations that are that small and you remove people from the population to go do this census stuff, society would collapse. The people that clean.
How do you know it would collapse? Why? Well, hold on. Dude, if no one's there to poop, who needs to clean the poop out of the streets?
There's still people there. It's just that.
Well, if there's still people there, then the people that are there are going to clean the poop out of the streets.
Dude, like, think about it this way. Like, if all the trash workers go on strike, like we've seen in the United States, what that's like.
Yeah, the United States is millions upon millions of people and a very intricate system. Right, we're talking like communities of like 50 to 100 people in these smaller towns. You're telling me another guy couldn't like, okay, I'll do it for this week while you're gone?
Okay, what I'm saying is whenever you have a smaller town like that, one person has a lot more, he has a bigger piece of the pie of responsibility to his civilization and to the economy of that town. Right?
I don't think it's that deep. No. I work in smaller communities. Like, for example, me and my wife both work in a gym, which is like a small community. When somebody I'm a coach there. When I step out from a coaching role to go do something, we get somebody else to step in a coaching role. I don't see the issue with that.
Okay. So like if you have 10 people on a boat and there are 100 responsibilities on that boat, That means each person has 10 responsibilities. Well, if one of them walks the plank,
So my question for you then is, what happens in these communities with somebody who cleans the poop? They get sick and they can't work. You telling me that the whole community collapses?
no, what I'm saying is we're removing a bunch of people in different roles all at once. It's not just
Right.
that the one poop guy leaves. It's not just that the one poop guy leaves. It's that the poop guy and the baker and the shoemaker and all these people leave.
And also
all
the
at same
needs,
time.
also the people who have needs leave, because those are the people who have needs. So that significantly lessens as well,
But
right?
not every person leaves. What
Right.
about
So
the
the people,
naturally born people there?
so the people that stay there take care of each other
What about skilled labor?
for a week. Like, it's so important that they have,
you
like,
think it
that you
takes
think
a
the whole
week?
world's going to collapse in a week or 2 weeks?
Hold on. You think it takes a week to travel all the way across the Roman Empire from everywhere out? Like, what?
Hold on.
What?
Ancient.
I Googled, said
near-
probably would have taken Mary and Joseph 4 days, maybe.
That's how long it would take?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Mary and Joseph going from Jerusalem to Bethlehem.
Okay.
Like, okay. There are a lot of people involved in this besides Mary and Joseph.
So let's look at this screen here. Hold on. So here's a map. The ancient Near East. Oh, that's just the Near East. I want ancient Near East. I forgot to put. Yeah, I put ancient. There we go. Oh my God! Give me the dang map. So they all would have been roughly in this area. Yeah, I don't see that being an issue. Traveling like 2 or 3 weeks at most.
One Direction.
No, I don't think it's one direction. I think it's there and back. Like, if you spend the whole day walking, because that's what you're doing.
How long do you think it would
Like
take
Jesus,
to walk?
Jesus in his 3 years of ministry traveled to most of these places.
How long do you think it would take to walk from, let's say, Athens to Rome?
Athens to Rome? I don't know. Let's
Yeah.
find out.
Yeah. We could just go on Google Maps and type in walking.
From Athens to Rome would be
Yeah.
about 90 days.
Yeah, so 3 months to walk there.
Yeah,
and
but
then
why
3 months
are
to
they?
walk back.
But that is like across the whole span. Why are we doing Athens to Rome?
Because that's realistically what would have happened if you had ancestral lands in Athens. I mean, that's part of the Roman Empire. So do you really think this census went out that made people travel?
What verse is it again?
It's at the beginning of Matthew or the beginning of Luke.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
sure
like
it's Matthew.
you being the Christian, I shouldn't have to tell you where stuff is in the Bible, but
Oh, there's 800.
Are you for real?
Bro, don't be.
Don't
We've been
be like
having a
that.
nice conversation. Don't be a dick, right? How many verses are in the Bible? How many words are in the Bible? You expect me
Well,
as
yeah,
a
but
Christian to have every single concept and idea memorized?
we're talking about the birth narrative of Jesus. I
So?
feel like you should know
Why?
where that's
All
at.
of the Bible's
Why?
important.
Why
my
should I
dude.
have that memorized to a T? Give me an argument on why that needs to be like embedded in my
because there's
memory,
a-
and I need to be a walking encyclopedia of it.
Okay, I would say because there's only 4 gospels, only 2 of them have birth narratives.
Mhm.
So I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to know that little bit of information. I know that, and I'm an atheist.
That's not what my argument was. How many words are in the Bible?
I have no idea.
730,000 words, right? 735,000 words. How many books are in the Bible?
Yeah, I wasn't saying that you should know the exact chapter and verse. I'm saying you should know that it's at least either in Matthew or Luke, which was the
Those
same
are
information.
Why should I? You haven't
Right.
given an argument for that. Why should I know that?
Because only 2 gospels have a birth narrative. You don't know that much about
And
your
only
Bible.
4
You don't-
gospels talk about Jesus.
But
What is your point? And only
Even
and
still,
only
those books are large.
and only like 6 prophetic books talk about this. Like, you can pick any category and say only these talk about this. That's completely irrelevant. Only 1 book talks about the flood narrative. So like, that's a ridiculous argument to make, is because they talk about this specific event, therefore I should have this specific event memorized to a T and be an encyclopedia. How many times have you read the Bible?
About 1.5 times.
About 1.5. So I've read the Bible more times than you have. All right. Why don't you tell me exactly where we could find the divine counsel? Show me every verse where the divine counsel is in the Bible. You've read it 1.5 times.
I definitely couldn't do that. I didn't
Right.
tell you to tell me the exact verse either.
Which books
So
are they in?
who's being a dick now?
Which books are they in?
So
Which books? Just tell me the books that the divine counsel are in.
Genesis.
There's only 3. You should know it. There's only 3 of them. Well, there's more than 3, but there's only 3 main ones.
Well, I'm not the Christian. Remember that my
What
claim was
what difference
you were
does
the
that?
Christian,
What
so you
difference
should
does
know
that
better
have
than
to
me.
do with anything? Right? You're just
Well,
being
my
a dick to
claim-
be a sake of being a dick, right? We could have gone through this, but you wanted, oh, you know, you're a Christian, you should know this shit, dude. Shut up.
No, I didn't.
We were having it.
I
We
just
were
said you
having a
should know
genuine
better than me.
conversation.
All I was
Yeah.
saying was you should know better than me.
Okay.
No,
But
you can't.
I-
You can't convince
I would
me
like
that
to
was.
apologize if I came off that way because I do want to have a cordial conversation. I shouldn't have said that.
Okay. So, what were we looking up again? The consensus.
We were
He
looking
has
up
been voted off,
the
baby. Just so
census.
you know, if you want to keep going or not.
Damn. Okay. I seen the answer in the chat. I should have known Job. That one was kind of a given.
Luke 2, 1 through 3. John, did you find the thing you were looking for?
Yeah, I've just been waiting.
Oh, I was just yapping until you found it. Now in those days, a
Oh, you're-
decree. Yeah,
yeah.
hold on. Now that I found this, let's read it. So, now in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that a census should be taken of the whole empire. This was the first census to take place while Quirinius was a governor of Syria, and everyone went to his own town to register. Well, where does it say that they went to their birth town? Or the town of their...
You have to keep reading because that's why Joseph goes to Bethlehem because Joseph's from Bethlehem.
So Joseph
that
also
they-
went up from Nazareth to Galilee to Judea to the city of David called Bethlehem, since he was from the house of the line of David. He went there to register with Mary, who was a pledge from him to marriage. I was expecting a child. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
see. I
so
don't
see-
see that it has to go to. Could be just very well that Joseph lived there, and that's where his house was, so that's where he went.
No, it fully explains it in the text. Like right there, you see that he's
No,
going
what
there
it says is
because-
what it fully explains is everyone went to their own town, and then David went to the town where his family was from. Could very well be that's where he
Right.
was born too.
Yeah, I think that's the point. Is he was from there, yeah. But that's not where he currently lived. So
Right.
it didn't matter where you lived, it mattered where you were from.
But that's what he did. I don't see like that's a description, not a prescription, right? Could it be possible that's the way David did it, and that's the way they would have preferred? But like, hey, if you're 3 months away, they're like, okay, you could do it here. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Yeah.
John, what's the thing?
Yeah, so you wanted an extra biblical source about the census, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in Justin Martyr's apology 1.34, so his first apology, chapter 34, it actually references the census under Cyrenius, and Cyrenius is the exact same person as Quirinius. Now, let me ask you a question. When it comes to Quirinius, right? Do you take Josephus priority or do you take Lucian priority? And if you take Josephus over Lucian, why?
I wouldn't take either priority. I would just say
Do you know
that
what I
there's-
mean by priority?
Yeah, like which one came first? Which one was written first? Right?
No, not just written first. The details regarding the individual, right? Okay. So the census is in question right now. So that there is something you haven't said. but it matters as it pertains to this when we're looking at the dating. And like I said, if we look at Justin Martyr's apology, Justin the Martyr wrote in the 1st century. Okay, so our earliest sources about the dating of the census are going to come from Josephus, Justin the Martyr, and Luke. Now, the argument that I will make is that Luke is recording real history. That is the purpose of his book. He's not writing it as a book that is written out to a group of individuals. He's writing it to a specific individual known as Most Excellent Theophilus. When we get into the narrative regarding
What a
Quirinius
great thing to
and
be
the
known
census,
as. Most excellent. Can you know me as that? Can you refer to me as most
well,
excellent, John?
Well, so there's actually a
hold
tie
on.
there, and
You
it's
said
probably
something
because
that's not true. You said something that's not true. You said Justin Martyr was writing in the 1st century. Justin Martyr wasn't born until the 2nd century.
Justin the Martyr.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so
He was born.
So
around,
his first apology.
Justin Martyr was
You're
born 100 AD.
that's the 2nd century.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I
early
just
2nd
said.
century. You're correct. Yeah. You're right. So early 2nd century.
Okay.
So first century. So Josephus would be one of the first ones that's represented.
Did you do the
But
thing? Did
Luke
you do the
is prior
thing?
to Josephus.
Did you do the thing where you seen 100 and so you think first? I do that all
yeah.
the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
I do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah. So yeah. So the first actual like information we would have to this. When do you date Luke being written?
Ooh. I would say after 145 AD.
After 145 is when Luke is being written?
Yeah, and I can tell you why. Because if you run an analysis of Luke and Acts together, you see that the beginning and end of Luke and Acts is written by one author, but the body of Acts is written by a separate author. And whenever you take that body of absolutely stylometric analysis,
I'm willing to let you do your argument.
Gosh, are you quoting Jaron right now?
But just
are you really coming at me with Jaron? Wait, no, I beg you, be quoting Jaron right now.
Wait, just real quick. The 145. Can you just name?
No, he's getting.
Is this Christ before Jesus?
Yeah.
What?
Okay. Please tell me you're quoting Christ before Jesus. Please say yes. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you. I'm just excited that you're quoting.
John's got beef.
No,
with him.
I'm just telling you information you can get online.
Okay, but just real quick. Okay, hold on, John. Let me just ask this question. I'm going to let you go off. Right, it's just a question. I'm not cutting you off. I would have been done by now, and I will let you go.
Okay.
So you do realize? I just want you to know, there's not a single scholar out there that would say it's 145. You know that, right?
Okay.
Okay, that's it. Anyways, maybe that doesn't mean it's right. I'm just saying. Anyways, you guys can go ahead.
Yeah. So
okay.
Where are you getting the 145 date?
Well, I was.
You quoted stylometric analysis. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So stylometric analysis shows one author for the beginning and end of Luke and Acts, and then it shows a different author for the middle of Luke. And if you compare the middle portion of Luke to Marcion's Evangelion, then you see that actually it comes from that. So what I would think is Marcion wrote his gospel first, and then Luke came in and he added in the Theophilus stuff and the Acts of the Apostles later would be what I would think.
Okay, I'm just going to ask, so I'm not going to assume. What's your source? Why are you taking any of this to be like something that you hold as a belief, obviously?
I mean, that I don't have a source for everything that I believe, like in my head, ready to go. I don't keep a running bibliography in my head.
Wait, no, I don't want to run a bibliography. I just want a single researcher that you got this information from.
I'd have to look it up.
Okay, I'll tell you where you got it from.
It's Christ before Jesus.
You got it from Christ before Jesus, because he peddles this, and his stylometric analysis is so laughable. Are you familiar with Richard Carrier?
Yeah.
Do you know what Richard Carrier had to say about when he actually reviewed the stylometric analysis used in Jaron's book.
I don't really care what Richard Carrier has to say. Richard Carrier is a piece of crap.
Well,
why is he a piece
do
of
you
crap?
think do you think he's a scholar though?
Loosely. I mean, he graduated somehow. So
okay. So let's run through the issues. Let's run through the issues.
To answer his question, he's a piece of crap because he openly cheated on his wife and was dating students.
That doesn't say anything about it. That doesn't say anything about his scholarship.
Yeah, that does make him a
nothing to do
piece
with
of crap,
scholarship.
though.
Yeah, he can be a piece of crap. That's fine, but it doesn't say anything about his scholarship.
That's crazy.
So
that's what happens when you don't believe in Jesus.
Yeah. So let's go over a couple things. One, Christ before Jesus. They are not They're not scholars in a relevant.
John, I'm going to let you own this, but Buddy has been voted off a while ago by the chat.
Yeah.
But hold on. Let me finish my sentence. You guys can continue as long as you want to continue. So when you feel like it's time, you can let me know. And it's nothing on you, man. You've been very civil. That's just what we do. The Q gets the vote.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So I'll say this. I'll let you respond, and then you can drop. So, one. Has Jaron's book, Has Christ Before Jesus, claims that they're making about stylometric analysis, have they been peer reviewed? Yes or no?
I have no idea. I don't know that book.
Okay. So the answer is no. All right. So now you know the answer. They have not gone under any peer review process whatsoever. So the claims that they're making, they're literally just two guys that wrote a book that used what's called stylometric analysis. Now, stylometric analysis is peer-reviewed, but the way that they used it differs so far from how it's actually supposed to be used. This is why, if they were to put their book in for peer review, it would not pass. This is actually something Richard Carrier says specifically when he reviewed their material. Another scholar looked at it, pretty much said the exact same thing. I can give you her name is it's Hansen. Yeah, Christy Hansen is the scholar who's actually a friend of theirs. Christy Hansen. Yeah,
Chris Hansen.
So she reviewed it, and same issues. Basically said, hey, their book it doesn't equal the claims that they're making, like Jesus didn't exist or whatever. So the materials that they're using, they're 145 dating. One, it goes against the majority of scholarship regarding Luke and Acts. Two, it is not peer reviewed. Three, the scholars that have reviewed it have completely just tossed it out and said, hey, yeah, it can be a fun read, but don't use it for history. Four, Jaron and his partner are not they don't have credentials in the relevant field to be able to make the claims. Functionally, what it comes down to is they're two guys that sat down and they wrote a book, but it has absolutely no historical backing. So,
well, all I would say is whatever they did, it apparently had enough sway to give me Google search results that confirm like my position.
Yeah, but
so
getting Google search results is just optimizing SEO. Like if you Google my name on Google, I'll be the first 2 pages you'll see.
I'm just saying, like, if I look up, is it possible Marcion's gospel came before Luke and Luke added on to Marcion's gospel? It'll tell me
that's a position. That's a position. The way they do it through stylometric analysis. So there is a position in scholarship. But again, yet again, this is a very fringe position. It's not the consensus whatsoever that there's something called Marcion priority. Okay. So, that exists. I'm not saying it doesn't, but, the claims that Jaron makes specifically, those are flat out false, like genuinely false.
Well, so, to be fair, you kind of went off onto the whole Jaron thing. I wasn't even, you know what I mean?
Well, like, I asked
John, let him speak. Let him speak, John.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was more just saying that I thought Marcion was 144, and so some people, you know, it says that's not the scholarly consensus, but that it's possible, and that it's possible Luke came afterwards. And so it's possible that all of Christianity kind of falls apart on that one point. So it's like worth looking at, like that's a really, really important part to like work out and figure out,
Okay, here's a question I like to ask. What do you do with what's called the we passages in scholarship? So, first off, are you familiar with the we passages?
No.
Okay. So, between Luke and Acts, the majority, like I said, majority of scholarship, when we actually look at it, it says Luke wrote Acts. Jaron will even say whoever is the author of Luke is most likely the author of Acts as it pertains to majority. So when we're looking at these things, okay, and we say, okay, did it come after Marcion, or that's what's in question, the dating. What they're saying is, or what they want to say is that Luke and Acts came after Marcion, so they're post Marcion, right? There's a number of reasons that doesn't work, but I'll just go into this one for right now.
Okay.
So if we have the same author, and this is the question, if we have the same author, and then they're gonna move on. I just wanted an answer to this. When it comes to the we passages, these are passages that are found only in the book of Acts that actually attributes the author being with Paul, right? But the author in Luke never uses we passages. We implies an eyewitness detail, whereas in the absence of the we implies that he's getting his sources, his information from eyewitnesses. He himself was not an eyewitness. Why do you think that Acts has we passages and the Gospel of Luke does not?
That's a very, very valid point. The only reason I would be able to explain that is that the writer of Acts is at the very least presenting themselves as being present for the events, which we could conclude that they were present for the events, but they're at least presenting that they were present for the events. Now, real quick, I'm going to leave after I say this. I just wanted to make one point off of that. I would consider looking at Matthew, Mark, and John with that same level of scrutiny, though, because those are supposedly written by people who were present for the events. Mark is Peter's gospel. Matthew was a disciple, and John was also a disciple. And those gospels do not use we. And Matthew has a birth narrative, which Matthew wouldn't have been present for. And he tells the birth narrative in the third person. And nowhere in the gospel does he switch over to a first person perspective as someone who would have been present for the events.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate your time. Going to jump on to the next person. God bless.
All right.
Did you convert him?
Yep, 100%. Yeah, he's a Christian now. All right, guys, smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you want to do. Today's topic is Christianity is true. Change our minds. Win a taco. It's not prove us wrong. We're actually going to argue the affirmative today. If people want to tackle that, or if they want to argue the affirmative, that's perfectly fine with us too. Yeah, if you want to join, depending on where you're watching, you can click the link or you can join with the multi-guest button. Every donation that you send makes John smile a little bit more. Look how miserable he looks today. If you want to keep this channel going, we do have a donation goal of $300 alive. That keeps this channel running. Anything over top of that helps the channel grow. That's how it works. So hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 52 years old.
Just one sec, boss.
Merry Christmas. May your 2026 be blessed. As new Christian, your stream has strengthened my faith, namely the historic reportage model and no good arguments for atheism. God bless your family. Money, money, money.
Reportage model.
Reportage.
Money, 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 money.
I love.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I love the way the text said that. Anyway.
Thank you very much for the donation. I'm glad this channel has been a help to you. All right, sir. Christianity is true. Change your minds. What do you guys?
You change the prompt, and then when I went to cancel my request, the button was gone.
Well, then change
God
the
bless
prompt.
you, brother.
Still the same idea.
Oh no, you didn't have to change our minds, and so that's why I was like, oh yeah, I can agree with Christianity is true. But I'll let you go. I'll let you get somebody else up here. I love you both. I listen every day that you guys are on, and you're just an inspiration.
All right, man. God bless.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Have a blessed one.
What a nice guy.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Change your minds. Go ahead.
I actually just wanted to say I love what you guys are doing, and I hope you guys have a blessed day.
You too, bro. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you
Everyone's
too. Have a
feeling
good
nice
day.
because it's Christmas. John, you're always there. You go.
Oh.
Oh, John did it this time. He messed up.
Oh.
You guys are getting better.
We are. We're finding our flow state.
I actually said that
No more low vibrational energy here. Only high vibrational energy.
I actually said that the other day that you guys are getting good at like smoothly cutting each other off.
Yeah.
Finding
John,
your-
shut up one moment.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
53.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Change our mind.
What Bible y'all use?
I use several. Like right now, I'm currently
My favorite's ESV.
I currently read. I'm going through the Catholic Ignatius Study Bible, a denomination reveal. No, and then the new Oxford Annotated Bible. I use those side by side, and then I've done the ESV, the NRSV, the NLT, and then what's the other one I used? The NASB.
Yeah, you liked that
What
one.
about the KJV?
I'm not a big fan of the KJV. No.
You liked that.
Yeah, I was just wondering, y'all talking about Acts a few minutes ago.
What?
I don't know. Who were y'all talking to? The book Acts?
Yeah.
Y'all were discussing a few minutes ago?
So, are you a Christian?
Yeah, kind of, sort of, not really anymore.
What does that mean?
Not anymore.
He's deconstructed Christian, right?
Okay.
Well, so I'm 53. My mom, my whole family is, saved, baptized, and works, for the Lord, say. But I guess 2 years ago, a veil was lifted from me, so I started doing some research and trying to find out where the Bible derives from. And it took me back to the Sinaiticus Codex, which is Hebrew, Greek, Latin, Arabic. And then, and like our Bible says, on the first day, God created the heavens and the earth. Then it goes down to say, let us create man in our image and our likeness. I'm like, well, who is us? Oh, that's the Holy Trinity. That's the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. They're all one, son. I'm like, well, okay. But when you go back to the Sinaiticus, the first line in the Bible says, anyway, on the first day, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. Well, people just assume Elohim means God because that's what it says in our Bibles.
Well, Elohim does mean God, but doesn't always mean the Most High, right? It's just a word that's used for God. So like you can call, for example, I can call Allah Elohim because it's just the Greek word for God, just like they use Allah is just an Arabic word for God.
Yeah, there, but but when you get down to
it's a category of
Elohim,
being.
Excuse me.
It's a category of being.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait. So I'm just trying to say that Elohim is two words. It's not one. El is a word which means deity by definition. Elohim makes it plural. Now it is associated with God.
Elohim can be singular or plural, just like the word fish. El can be a reference to God as well, but El traditionally was the understanding of the Canaanite name for God. That's where it comes from.
I understand that, but my point is, El and Elohim are two separate words.
It's not.
And Elohim makes it plural. But no, what all has an L in its name? Like El Diablo?
But the problem. Okay, so just like how there's transliterations that happen in language now, that happen in the past as well. So the Canaanites originally had this idea of El being a specific type of deity, and that was also a reference to God. So that El be the fact that the Israelites are a Canaanite people group, they would have things that appropriated from that. So throughout time, there's transliteration. And in the word Hebrew, Elohim is just a reference to God. Elohim can be singular or plural, but it is a singular word.
Okay, but it says so it's reference, not that by definition. So when you take like morning star, which is used in the Bible 2 times, only 2 times in the whole entire Bible, Isaiah 14:12 and Revelation 22:16. But now in the very last verse in the whole Bible is Revelation 22:18.
Where you go? Where does this have to do with like Genesis 1 saying Elohim?
Well, I mean, I try to explain what I was saying. Like, you know what El Diablo is?
The video game?
No, El Diablo, which is, Lucifer, the devil, whatever. El Diablo. El Diablo. So if El is supposed to mean God, how come say the devil?
But it doesn't always mean God. It depends on what language you're in.
Anyway, point being is God, the word God is not in any of the old texts. God doesn't come into existence until...
Yeah, it is. There's the word Adonai, right? And then there's Elohim. These would be words that are used for God. And then there is El. El is in there as well.
Wait, are you saying the English word God isn't in the original text? Are you making a semantic, like syntactical argument like that?
I'm saying that G-O-D is not in any of the original text, no.
That's because the letter G didn't exist back then.
Yeah, that's because that's English. That'd be a really good reason for that. All right, English wasn't around then, so they didn't use English.
They also didn't have vowels back then, or spaces, or periods.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Vulgate Bible?
Oh, there it went.
The Vulgate?
Yeah, the Vulgate.
Wait. Latin Vulgate.
Vulgate, yeah.
Well, yeah, it was not just Latin, it's Old Latin. It was used for 1,500 years.
Yeah, It was the primary source. They were pretty much like New King James people back then, or King James people. Yeah, King James only. They were pretty much like that.
Yeah, the Latin Vulgate. What about it?
Well, it exists before the Sinaiticus Codex, I guess. I'll take that back. Let me take this word right back. But let's just say the Vulgate was used for 1,500 years. But when you take the translation, because it's Old Latin, and you take the verse, Revelation 22:16.
It calls Jesus Lucifer. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Lucifer isn't a name. Yeah, Lucifer just means light.
It's Latin for morning star.
Or light bringer, right? There is also saints named after Lucifer. People who carried torches were called Lucifer.
Okay, so in Revelation 22:16 in the Vulgate, where Jesus says, "I'm the offspring of David, I am Lucifer."
Yeah.
Now, and then all of a sudden, well, that's just.
But he didn't say, "I am Lucifer." It would have been like the Latin words for "I am." Like you're imposing one Latin word and removing the other. Lucifer is not a title for Satan. That's like a misconception that has come throughout the years. Lucifer is just a Latin word for light bringer.
You know how many times Lucifer is used in the Bible?
Twice.
In Latin.
Isaiah 14:12, when the Lord said to Lucifer, "O morning star, son of dawn, I cast you to earth."
Yeah, but that's not talking about Satan either. That's talking about the king of Babylon. You have to start at the first verse.
Brother, what's your argument?
I'm just trying to figure out how all this is being overlooked.
None of it's being overlooked. This is common scholarship. Everything that you just brought to our table, both me and John are aware of.
Yeah. Like, what's the point? What do you think is an entailment of this? Right? So I'm granting you, I'm not even just granting it. Like, this is just historical fact. Lucifer is Latin for morning star or light bringer. Jesus is referred to as the morning star in Revelation, and then there's another reference in the passage you brought up. So what do you think is an entailment of this? Why do you think this is problematic whatsoever, considering it's syntactical?
Well, I guess so. All right, so when I ask how come morning star, to a Christian, the morning star is used twice in the Bible, they say, "Oh, well, in Revelation, that's showing that Jesus is the light. And then Isaiah, it's the Lord."
You just need to understand context. Morning star is in reference to every morning, right? The sun would come up. There would be a single star that remained in the sky. And that star would be very close to the sun. And so this was in reference to being close to the Most High. So it would be morning star, right? Or Lucifer, or light bringer, because this light was coming in the morning. And this every time was the planet Venus. And this is the context of that. So that's what they were referencing when they were looking at the sky. So when they call the king of Babylon, which is a reference, they use the reference, they're referencing him to the fallen angel, right? Saying the king of Babylon, you're trying to be just high, just like the fallen angel got thrown out. And then they called the king of Babylon the morning star, because they're trying to say that in the context that he's trying to be as close to God as possible. That's the context. Then when you get to Revelation, Jesus is called the morning star because he's actually as close to God as possible. Right? I could in a context, I could call John Lucifer, because I could say he's being very pious and he's really trying to unify himself with God. And I could say, John, you were being like a morning star. Lucifer.
All right, so I mean, it's just being that it's only used 2 times in the whole entire Bible, and by definition,
So
I know we have multiple meanings for stuff. But so what do they teach y'all as far as the number completion is?
Wait a second. What is an entailment of, like, what are you trying to say? What is problematic?
I'm asking a question.
Lucifer,
I'm trying to figure out some stuff for myself. And if y'all are scholars, I'm just asking y'all, what is the number of completion?
We're not scholars.
Well,
but what I'm asking before we move on to any number, biblical numerology, what I'm asking you is, why is it a problem that Lucifer is used 2 times? Why is this problematic?
well,
And both times are never actually used for Satan.
Lucifer's only used once in Isaiah 14:12, along with morning star, which is used twice.
Okay, but
Okay.
why is this a problem?
But Satan himself is never actually called Lucifer. So I don't get what your issue is.
I'm just simply asked about Lucifer morning star, but y'all's explanation of it was what I expected. I've taken it
If you
in.
want to know about Lucifer Morningstar, go watch Netflix. I don't get your contention.
All right, so the number of completion, what is that?
My
deal?
God,
no,
my friend.
Nope. What's the problem with what you're trying to say about Lucifer? What is the issue? What
There's
is
no problem.
What is,
I mean, look, it's
why'd you
like,
bring
so
it
the
up?
story of the Bible, right, is the greatest story ever told, right?
But hold on, you came up with the topic, Christianity is true, it change our minds. And then you use this Lucifer concept to change our minds to what?
Well, apparently you don't want to see what's right in front of you. So
See,
I mean,
what?
it's okay with that.
What don't we see that's in front of us?
brother?
So for 1,500 years, Jesus says, "I'm the offspring of David. I am Lucifer.
Okay.
I'm Lucifer."
Okay.
Now
Okay.
they changed it.
Okay.
If it didn't mean something different, why would they change it to morning star? When by definition it is morning star.
Okay, hold on.
Like-
Hold on. Do you know what a translation is? Do you know how translations work?
It depends on who's translating. But yeah, I know what translation
Okay.
is.
So why should we keep the Latin word for Lucifer in there when they translated every other Latin word?
Because the meaning of it and what they say the meaning of it is not what it truly is. So in Genesis 32:30, when it says, Jacob saw the face of God in the land of Peniel, what does that even mean?
You're shifting
Oh,
points.
no.
You're shifting points. Okay, so
No.
my question for you still remains. They translate every other word from the Latin Vulgate to Latin to originally at first it was like German, and then eventually we get to the point where it's like English. Why should they keep the one singular Latin word, which is Lucifer, in the Bible? Why would they do that?
It holds truth, and anything else doesn't. If you take someone that
Okay, so every word that translates is a lie?
we're talking about that particular word, is what you just said.
Why does that word hold true? So I'm sitting there. I'm a scholar. I'm a translator. I
So
open
when
up.
you
I
take-
open. Hold on. I open up the Latin Vulgate. I am tasked to translate it to English. So as I'm translating, I'm taking all these Latin terms and turning them into English. I get to the word Lucifer. I'm like, I'm not going to translate that to English. I'm going to keep that in there. Why would he keep that in there? Like, what would be the reason for that?
Well, why would you change it? And why
Because
would you change somebody's
because he's
name?
changing every other Latin
It's
word
going Latin to English.
So why would he stop on that
German.
one? Because Lucifer is not a name. I hold on. I need you to
It's a
repeat
title,
this.
but why-
Repeat this. No, it's not even a title. It's not a title.
Not a title.
It's a word that references light bringer. That's just
What's
what
the
it means. That's not a title. That's like saying
God
torch
came
is a
to earth.
title. Because they would call
Have you ever
torches
looked at the back of
Lucifers.
the $1 bill? I know
What?
this is going to seem so off, but have you ever looked at the back of the $1 bill?
Uh-oh.
I'm not American. We don't have dollar bills.
Well, you're not American.
No. Did you say I look American? You racist?
Where are you from?
Canada.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Texas.
Canadian. all right.
Little John's American, though.
I'm
He has been
American.
voted
What-
off, John.
Okay. Appreciate your time, bro. God bless.
Yeah, that's what's up.
I wonder, what Gabe said. I wonder if he was going for the Illuminati stuff.
Well, yeah,
You
they're
ever looked
changing
at
everything.
the back of the dollar bill? John, have you looked at the back of a dollar bill?
Oh, is it because it's got that one?
What's on it?
Yeah, it has the
Does it have that
In
eye?
God we trust. It has the eye. Yeah.
You know where else that eye is?
Yeah.
In the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
If you go into a Catholic church, you look up at the roof, they'll have the all-seeing eye above there too. The Catholic Church must be part of the Illuminati.
I got whatever it takes.
My God.
That's exactly what that tune. It's off the original Goofy movie.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
That was an elite reference.
Nick the Goose. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
My bad, man. I'm sorry, man. I was cooking. I've been in the queue for a minute. Really, honestly, dude, I don't have nothing to say to combat you. I've actually recently became a Christian myself. If just real quick, if I have a couple of questions that I would like to ask you, but you can call me back up after you're done with your other guests if you'd like. And they're serious questions to me, and it says a couple of things I'd just like to.
Are they
John,
quick?
you were a big,
It's Christmas, John.
you're a big inspiration on me, man. Like you, Nick, and another cat. So I'm older. I never believed in God. I listened to you guys for quite a while now. I literally was an atheist up until a few years ago, and I still question God. Period. Because it's hard to wrap your head around, the whole thing, especially after living your whole life not believing it.
So what's your questions, bro?
I had some things happen. Well, I recently signed up for a theology course, actually to get my bachelor's, and I'm so old. I was wondering, yeah, I see that. Yeah, theology and philosophy, and I'm hoping that the psychology goes in there. So my question, and I know you're from Canada, John. Are you also from Canada?
Yeah.
Is he?
No, he's not. No.
Wait, which John?
We're both John.
So I don't know a good point to start besides the schools that I've talked to, and right now none of them really interest me. It's like it's chopped up versions of what I want to learn.
Bro, I appreciate the compliments, but what's your questions? Like, I want to answer your questions for you. What are they?
Okay. My bad, man. My bad. Okay, so you started the same way as me, correct? You were an atheist forever. So my question is how. I had an argument with a preterist earlier, and I'm not sure how to combat that. Is there a way, that's why I said you guys could call me up after you have your guests.
Don't argue with a preterist. Why are you arguing with a preterist?
Well, it was kind of an accident, but I felt like a dummy because he knew the Bible way better than I did. So I know, obviously, read the Bible. I get it, but
so I don't agree with full preterism. I'm a partial preterist, but I also wouldn't fight a Christian about that. Like, I don't believe in infighting. Like, we'll fight each other once we beat the atheists and the Muslims.
Okay. All right. Good point.
That's my viewpoint.
No, good. Yeah. Good point, man. Good point. Yeah. Well, I know. I mean, and I learned that I need to study a little better. So that's number one. But, well, anyways, no. I basically came up here to give you a thanks, and the same thing I did to Nick and to God Logic. I just appreciate y'all, man. I'm an old man. I done been through it all, so I appreciate y'all. Y'all gave people like me a kind of a little light there, man. For real.
Good, man. Awesome, man. Well, all glory to God. Man. Appreciate your time. God bless.
Yep, no problem. Yep, bye.
God bless one. See, that's going to be the one part of heaven. That's going to be the one part of heaven where I don't know. I feel like I'll be sad. It's like no more debating in heaven. Because, like.
What are you talking about? Yes, it'll be.
I don't know if there will or not.
I think there will be 100%.
What if we just, know?
We won't know, because then it's boring. Like, think about God's eternal and infinite, and we're going to spend eternity and infinity examining him and learning about him. It'll never end. And then we get to debate every aspect of that we run into. That's exciting. Do you think heaven
worry,
is
you
just
and John will still be fighting in heaven.
Yeah, I see. Heaven's not heaven if John and I are not fighting.
exactly?
No.
But I think I don't think we ever stop growing because God is eternal and infinite, and so that's the goal, and we can never reach it.
I hope we can just eternally.
But eventually, John, you're going to be so good at debate that like when we run into aliens and we have to convince them of God, and you'll just be able to do it in 3 words.
Bro, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the alien conversation.
I'm excited for God saying, these people need to be smited. Here's your sword, John. And I'm going to go, yeah, let's go. It's about time.
Oh my gosh.
All the crusades have led me to this moment.
You should have accepted Jesus. Slice.
You're gonna just like ask God right after he hands you the sword. It's like, hey, can you play my theme song?
Just landing on a planet and then
Big John Steele.
That'd be pretty gangster, to be honest.
Let's go.
I just pictured that like a Thor entrance. John, little John will be behind you dancing.
I'd be pumped. All right, let's bring up a guest. Oh,
no, I'll just like
hold on.
Ride on his
hold
shoulders.
on.
We will teach them that humanity was made God's image, not them.
Amen. AT, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 26 years old. I was on call with you guys last week, but I dropped off because of the question thing, how you guys were having, you wanted me to defend, but instead, but I think you've changed the question around, so I should be able to ask this question.
Yep.
I remember you.
So I have, you guys seem like a lot better mood today than you were before, which is good for me, I guess.
You came in earlier.
Basically.
Give it time.
So I have one question to start with, and that's if the historical claim that Jesus rose from the dead was not justified in terms of like historical evidence, if you couldn't confirm it historically, would you still say the resurrection occurred anyway, or would you accept that Christianity is not true?
So there's justifications in belief. If you could show us that Jesus Christ, there's no reason to believe his actual resurrection, you can make the argument that there's no real actual justification for Christianity. As for like my personal like viewpoint, like my own mental state, I would still believe Jesus Christ resurrected because I've had justifications in the form of miracles in my own life. So for me personally, that wouldn't change. But if nobody's had those other justifications and they still believed in Christianity, I'd say they'd be irrational to hold it.
Okay. So for the sake of this conversation, if I can demonstrate that based on your, because I watched a debate you had a couple of weeks ago where you were talking about the historical basis, and if I can basically claim that your historical basis for the resurrection cannot distinguish true miracles from false ones without presupposing Christianity, would that work for the sake of this conversation?
If you could prove that we cannot distinguish from, if you could show that we cannot distinguish the Gospels being truth versus something else being truth, I'd say we have a problem, and then we'd have to wrestle with that. Sure.
Cool. Okay, cool. So I'll go ahead with what I was sort of thinking then. So just so I don't straw man you, and so we can like skip to deeper into the conversation. Could I just say back to you some of the stuff that I wrote down what you said in the other conversation, and do you mind just confirming that you believe it, if that makes sense?
Sure.
So you said several times that when evaluating historical supernatural claims, we should use hypothesis testing and explanatory power, explanatory scope, and whether the sources are attempting to convey truthful information to determine whether or not it's accurate.
Whoever
correct?
said that is a really smart guy. I like that. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And then one other thing you also said, I won't keep dragging this out, but you also said that if people sincerely believe what they saw with their own 2 eyes, you said that a lot, and they were willing to suffer and die for that belief, then that significantly raises the probability that the event actually occurred. Do you stand by that?
Yeah, I'd still stand by that. Yeah, that wouldn't make it true, but that, like, if we're talking about evidence,
Yeah.
evidence is anything that raises the likelihood of something being true. I put that in the category of the resurrection being true.
Okay, and just to be clear, these don't just apply to Christianity. This will apply to any supernatural claim in history, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll go ahead with my point now. So basically, you're asking this person for like an example in history when this has happened before, anything like this. If that makes sense. But there was actually, it was kind of when I was screaming at my screen. But I never normally come into conversations. But there was a case in the 19th century. Sorry if there's any Chinese viewers, but his name was Hong Su Chan. Have you heard of him?
No.
I've probably butchered his name. So he claimed that he was Jesus' younger brother, and then he claimed that God spoke publicly, like through him, if that makes sense. So he claimed he was speaking through the voice of God, and he wasn't the only person in the movement claiming this. And there was large numbers of people who witnessed his divine communications. They organized their lives around him, and many died without recounting.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So, and yeah, this was, millions of people died. You can look into this. It's a typing
Millions.
Rebellion. But pardon?
Millions? Because I just looked up Hong Su Chan. I didn't find anything. I found a TV personality.
I can spell his name: HONG and
Yep.
XIUQUUAN.
Okay, hold on. HONG what?
XIUQUAN.
Okay.
This sounds Chinese.
Yeah, it was
racist,
it was during a
John.
very
No, I'm
it
just
was
like
very
I'm
it was during a
taking.
time of turmoil. Lots and lots of
There's
people.
markers.
Millions of people did die. Yeah, from this happening, and many of them were martyrs. They were named individuals who, for example, I've got like a list of names here of people
Okay,
who died.
so his
and
vision.
who were threatened with death, and they died as martyrs.
Well, okay, but
because they
what did they
refused to recount.
what did they witness?
So what they witnessed included they would claim, so people would be sent into trances from his words that allowed them to communicate with God. They believe that when they were speaking, it was
Trances.
literally the word of the Lord and like Jesus coming from his mouth,
Okay.
and they could claim it was divine. They couldn't. They'll claim it's divine words that went right through them and stuff. They were making very supernatural claims. They were by definition supernatural claims, and these people by the thousands.
Well, your supernatural claims.
the ones-
hold on. Your supernatural claims is that they went into trances. That's not a supernatural event. You can do that naturally. So I'm trying to see how this is a one-to-one comparison. Like, I can believe that they believed that they had trances that were connected to God for sure.
Okay, so I'm not saying this is a one-to-one comparison in fact that nobody was resurrected, if that makes sense. It's obviously a different thing that happened. However, there were a series of supernatural claims that were made from many people believed from what this guy was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you
supernatural things.
I think you misunderstand the
argument.
I think you misunderstand the argument that I bring forward about Jesus. The
Okay.
argument that I bring forward about Jesus, and this is common. Like, I'm not mad at you because almost everybody misunderstands this argument. They think the surface level of the argument is that because somebody believes it's true, therefore it's true. That's not the argument. The argument is that because they're willing to die for it, they believed it was true. Then we stop there. So that doesn't mean the event's true. It just means they believed it was true. So what is the thing that they believed is true? Okay, so the people who followed Hong's I can't say his name. Hong something.
Chan, maybe.
Yeah. So the people who followed Hong believed it was true that Hong got divine revelations. Now, I just did a quick read on his visions, and what he says: he went delirious for days to the point where his family feared for his life. While convulsulating, he had dreams of visiting heaven, where he discovered that he possessed a celestial family and distinct from his earthly family, which included a heavenly father, mother, elderly brother, sister-in-law, wife, and son. So yeah, I can believe that they witnessed that, and then they believed him when he told them about it. That sure, I could believe that. Now, that doesn't mean that event actually took place. So how does that separate from Christianity? Well, what is it that they actually believed? They don't believe that somebody told them that Jesus Christ resurrected. They don't believe that it just happened. They believe that they personally, with their own two eyes, saw it. So you have to ask the question, why did they genuinely believe that they personally saw Jesus Christ resurrect? That's a tricky question to answer. We can fill in the blanks of why they genuinely believed Hong was like a prophet of some sort, because he was very convincing in his language. That we can give a naturalistic explanation that has explanatory power, explanatory scope. I don't hear a natural explanation that has explanatory power and explanatory scope on why they would genuinely believe that they personally saw Jesus Christ resurrect.
Yeah, and if I can add to that as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so just really quick. When we were asking, because you came up and you understood the notion of parsimony, explanatory power, explanatory scope. Parsimony is only useful, right? And Occam's razor, don't multiply entities without necessity. These sorts of things are only useful comparatively with a counter hypothesis. So if you were to take a counter hypothesis of the resurrection, what would be your counter hypothesis in order to say it's not more parsimonious? Because just saying, hey, my counter hypothesis is it didn't happen, that doesn't really do it. You would need to say it didn't happen because I think this explanation has more explanatory power, explanatory scope. Whether it's swoon theory, twin theory, hallucination theory, alien theory, like whatever you want to go with. That's how parsimony works, is you have to have a hypothesis and you have to have a counter hypothesis in order to gauge and weigh which one is more parsimonious.
Yeah, but okay, so they're kind of two separate things to address. So what was the second? Well, the John who just said something, I'm responding to you.
Little John, Big John. Easy.
Okay, but basically, so what I'm trying to essentially demonstrate is that the hypothesis you give then has to. I get if there's multiple hypotheses that can occur, and you have to pick the one that makes the most sense. But in this case, you then will have to apply that equally throughout all supernatural events in history, if that makes sense. Which is why
you're asking.
Sort of
Yeah. So to be fair, I do understand your argument. The argument you're presenting is a question of consistency. You're saying, okay, hey, you believe X. Well, if Y is equal to X in reference to the veracity of the evidence, in reference to the probability of the events, in reference to like the beliefs that they hold, all of this, if Y is equal to X and you believe X, then you ought believe Y, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I understand your argument, right? It's a consistency argument just to see if we remain consistent. But all you need, and this is why the argument isn't so far going well, if I'm just going off of what John is saying, and if you confirm what John is saying about this person, about going into a trance and then people believing this person, we already have what's called a symmetry breaker. The symmetry breaker is already applied because we show that Y is not equal to X.
Yeah, so my response to that is, I think there was lots and lots of people who confirmed that there's like a variety of independent sources for this. There's the hostile source being like the Qing dynasty. I've probably pronounced that wrong too, but they were the hostile source. They were attacking the Holy Kingdom at the time, and they had accounts of people saying that. You're saying the miracle isn't. From my understanding, you're trying to say like the miracles are kind of different. There's people going to trance and stuff, but there are people who would claim that the voices they were hearing, they weren't coming. Although he was coming from his mouth, it wasn't him speaking. It was Jesus, and it was a divine voice, and it was speaking through them. And there's not just one. There's hundreds of these accounts of people who were then executed.
Hundreds. So you have hundreds of
China. The scale of China from like hundreds of years ago.
Hold on. So you're claiming there's hundreds of writings of people being executed, claiming that when he spoke, another voice came out of him.
Yes. I've looked through the sources. It's confusing, but the implication is that. But there are individual accounts of people who specifically did that. If that makes sense.
So this is the first question.
This is what you're asking.
So this is the first question. Okay, the place that we need to start, because John and we defend the historic reportage model of the Gospels, saying that the authors of the Gospels are recording real history, right? That's where we have to start. So we need to see if between X and Y, between this question of consistency, we need to see if X is based off the historic reportage model, and that's what we're defending. is Y being written as the category of history? Is it being written as something else? So let's start there with this. What is the best individual source or multiple sources? What is the best source that you would say is being written as history and not some other category?
So
I would say there's
hold on,
there's probably three groups. Okay, yeah.
I know he asked you a question, but I just did a quick chat GPT to find information about it, asking how many sources there are of Hong. There are not hundreds of reports. There are a few. And most.
Sorry, I must have misspoke. I didn't mean hundreds of reports. I meant hundreds of people. Sorry. Look, if I misspoke, if I said hundreds of reports, there's a collection of sources. I think the actual source about the mass killing of people and the fact that they refuse to recant these sort of like speeches, I think there's only one for that, which is the Qing dynasty. But when it comes to individuals, if that makes sense, individuals, so I guess they can, who martyred themselves. There's one guy, his name is Chen Yucheng. He was a general, very young. He was like 25 years old. He was considered quite a brilliant guy. He was very young and he raised very high in the ranks. And he was given the opportunity to either essentially recant his beliefs. He was surrounded and he was captured. And he basically was given the legal option that the Qing dynasty gives, where for lenience, if that makes sense. So if you recant your faith and if you sort of like dismiss it and stuff, I mean, we might let you live, if that makes sense. So, and then his response was no, and he got executed.
I'm going to have to pause you, and I'm going to have to ask you for a citation, because again, ChatGPT is wrong often. It's not the best way to get information, but just a quick ChatGPT search says there are no solid historical sources that document people witnessing Hong performing miracles and then refusing to recant under the threat of persecution.
Yes, I guess that would be true, yes, because there are two separate things, if that makes sense. So there will be sources of people witnessing miracles, and there will be sources of people being executed and refusing to recant. But then the proof of those two overlapping, those two, it won't be there, if that makes sense. There won't be that source that will link that together. But I feel like that can be implied from the basis that almost everyone who followed him was executed by the Qing dynasty afterwards.
But here's real quick, John, and I'm gonna let you go. Asian cultures weren't really necessarily known for being merciful to their prisoners. How do we know it's a situation where like they were given a chance to recant and be set free?
There was a real chance that if he recanted, he would have been killed anyway. That is true. But what I'm trying to say is this isn't perfect, right? I'm just trying to say that there's a lot of evidence towards people witnessing miracles, and the people who witnessed the miracles, there is evidence towards that. People claiming they witnessed miracles, right? That is true. You can ChatGPT that. You will confirm that's true. You will find that these people were then killed. But whether they're the same people who said they see miracles with a knife to their neck, and then they were killed when they said no. Do you understand what I mean? There's a separation there. So yeah.
Well, so this is the question, right? Same question I just asked before. What is a single source that you are saying is a historical document of the events of either people witnessing him do miracles, or a historical source of them saying, "Hey, we witnessed him do miracles and we're willing to die for it"? And I just want to see if X is equal to Y.
And also, again, ChatGPT, not the best source. If you have contrary sources, I'm more than happy to take it. But it says there are no credible historical sources that record named individuals witnessing Hong Jingyi performing miracles. The closest that we have is a Western missionary named Ishar Roberts, and he reports directly. So it says Roberts never reports witness miracles. He records Hong claims of visions, not public miracles. He later rejected Hong's theology and movement. So if you have a contrary source, I'd be more than happy to take it, because again, I 100% agree. ChatGPT is a terrible place to get information unless you're actually getting citations.
So this is okay. So if you like, I can come back another day with a list of written out sources. Obviously, this is just from me reading textbooks and whatnot, which I reread before this discussion, and I obviously didn't write a bibliography, write like a reference list for you guys.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I can go away and do that and come back, if you like. But yeah,
that's fine.
It's quite well documented, the events that occurred, because China was well known for documenting what they were doing, and there was missionaries involved who documented stuff, as you just mentioned. And then they wrote a chronicle of their own history, if that makes sense, the movement at the time, which also had sources. So yeah, I feel like we're in a bit of a deadlock here, where it's just like source versus source, isn't it? So I can't really go much further.
Yes, that's pretty much where we are. Is it's like, okay, if we're saying X is equal to Y, and we're starting with historical sources because that is the foundation of the claim that we're making, then we have to see on your claim where there are historical sources that are of the same veracity, early attestation, multiple attestation, enemy attestation, like these sorts of things within like a criteria of historical authenticity.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much as far as we're going to go. Because I guess it'll be the same thing when I'm talking to you guys, because I imagine you guys have a lot of understanding of biblical sources and whatnot, and the historical sources around that. When I'm not very knowledgeable on the specifics. So yeah, it kind of leads to a deadlock. But yeah, I think we're good then.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, cool. I know John. I think John would agree with me. Come up next time you get the sources, as long as the topic is relevant to what you want to talk about, and we'll continue.
Yeah. Can I ask one thing though? Because just like more of a wider question. So how do you? Because you're trying to convince people like me, right, to understand the biblical sources, understand the historical sources around this, and come to the conclusion that the resurrection happened.
No,
but then why can't? Pardon?
That's not my goal. My goal is to show that Christianity is rational to believe in. Your own mental state is not like, I would love if you came to Jesus, and it's my job to give you the gospel. But my goal is to just show that it's a rational belief to hold, and show that Christians who are in Christianity are justified to believe it. And if simultaneously I can convince you, hey, that's a huge bonus. And so my goal is to bring you to Christ, but it's not to just like, hey, here's a model. You should accept it. I can't change your own mental state, man. That's between you and God.
Okay, but you're trying to convince people to look at the historical claim, right? To understand it's rational that to believe the resurrection happened, right? Yeah. You're trying to convince people to do that.
I'm trying to convince people it's rational. Yes.
So shouldn't you? This may sound wrong or something, but I'm not trying to cause offense. But should I be encouraging you to like look into this claim and saying like maybe he actually is the brother of Christ, right? Because you guys obviously I introduced a thing that happened to you guys. Is this worth investigating to see whether or not he actually is the brother of Jesus? If that makes sense, is this just a curiosity question, not an argument question? If that makes sense.
I don't.
Oh, I mean,
sure.
For me, anytime someone presents me an argument I haven't heard, I dive into it. Like when we get done with this conversation, I'm probably going to dive into this myself, so that next time someone brings it up. So if I go and I find it's like, oh wow, hey, this is like a 1-to-1, then I'm going to have to deal with that on its own terms. But if I go and look at it, and again, I'll look at it from a perspective of like, okay, I'm genuinely wanting to know, is this being recorded as real history? Is this represented as eyewitness testimony? Are these people dying for eyewitness testimony? Like these sorts of things. If I'm asking those questions, I want to know the answers, because if no, the next time someone comes up and is like, hey, have you heard of Hong Zhao Ling? What was it?
Yeah. It's Hong Zhu Chan, I think. That may be wrong.
Hong Zhu Chan. Yeah. Hong Zhu Chan. So next time I encounter someone who brings up Hong Zhu Chan, I can either be like, yeah, this is actually a really interesting account, or I can completely obliterate it. So I will look at this. Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks for having me, and have a good Christmas.
Yep, you as well.
Are we done? I had to unplug my headphones for a second.
He said Merry Christmas, and I think he's gone.
Merry Christmas, bro.
Nice guy.
Toodaloo.
I love the British. British are so nice.
I do, but I don't approve of.
I don't approve of their
dumb
support.
they're being right now.
Yeah, of Islam.
It's pretty cringe.
Guys, smash the like button or I'm alive, John. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
What's up? I'm 23.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Change our minds.
Are you guys are you like 6-day Earth or whatever, 6,000-year-old Earth?
No.
Are you on like that team?
No.
Which one are you guys?
Old
Not
Earth?
that team. Yeah.
Like, are you past
Old Earth,
like
theistic evolutionist.
I'm agnostic towards evolution.
I'm a theistic
You're
evolutionist.
All right, so I'm just a little lost because the concept of Christianity, like, what is your intrinsic understanding of Christianity? I think I need to get that clear before I even make my point.
Jesus Christ is the actual Son of God, part of the triune God. He died and resurrected, crucified under Pontius Pilate. There was a virgin birth, and he's going to come in the last days to throw rocks on people's heads.
So it's just like the plain understanding, and then like the rest of the Bible is all just stories, is what you're saying?
No, I didn't get that.
No. So there's going to be foundational elements to Christianity. There's going to be secondary issues to Christianity. There's going to be tertiary issues to Christianity. When we're talking about old Earth, we're literally in like tertiary category. Whether the Earth is young or whether the Earth is old does not change whether or not Jesus died and rose from the dead or whether or not he's God. It doesn't change any foundational doctrines of Christianity. Secondary things are going to be like, okay, like maybe like is baptism necessary?
I just want my dragons back.
All right, continue, John.
Secondary issues are going to be like, okay, how the mechanisms of salvation works as it pertains to works, like whether or not baptism is considered a work, whether or not baptism is necessary for salvation. That's going to be like a secondary issue. It doesn't mean you're not saved. It's just talking about the mechanism. And then there's tertiary, like I said, Noah's flood, these other things that are in the Old Testament. We don't take them as just like mythological stories. We take them based off the category that they're in, whether or not it's a law document, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, whether or not it's representing judges, whether or not it's representing the Psalms and poetry, and then whether it's representing the prophets, the minor prophets and the major prophets, and then we evaluate those categories.
Just real quick before you guys go, I don't know if this is the same guy, but is this the guy, Abby? That sent the email?
Yeah.
Okay. Check your email. Let's set up a debate. No. I read your email. I looked at your channel, bro. There's no benefit in me setting up a debate with you. I don't know who you are or what you have to say. If you want to have a debate, just click the link and come on up. But yeah, appreciate
the like entitlement. He's like some like profound like famous scientist. He's like, I emailed you. Get into contact with me. No, I mean,
yeah.
I feel like the whole like thing with like the Jesus stuff is like the reason why I don't lean towards it is because there's just unfortunately no direct, empirical scientific explanation for any of it whatsoever, and just sort of all around in it. There's go ahead.
Can you define empirical evidence?
I just use that word loosely. I don't know what the hell that means. Yeah.
I appreciate your honesty, though. That's super based.
I'm just like adding what's the word? Like I'm just adding flavor to my speech to sound smarter.
Okay, so you say there's no evidence.
I love you.
Well, I like to be honest. Like I'm not actually like inherently atheist.
Listen. Here's what I love people like you.
Yeah.
Because the people who pretend to know what they're talking about. And then I ask them what they're talking about, and then they still pretend to know when they don't know. Those are the people that I want to intellectually dismantle to where they look like they need a wheelchair after we're done, right? You, on the other hand, you get a hug. Come
Yeah,
here.
we appreciate you.
Like that's the best part of it is like the best part of it is like just like deep down, like if I'm right, like there isn't even like oh ha 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 fuck you guys, I'm right, because like you don't exist anymore, like you've just, I can't even prove that to you guys, so it like fundamentally does not matter on that level. I'm more just like there's a lot of contradictions, especially like in, the Old Testament. But then why not like separate the New Testament from the old one?
Well, these are a whole bunch of different questions. I want to talk about, you say there's
sorry, it's a bit of a gish gallop.
Yeah. No, you're good, bro. You say that there's no evidence. So evidence traditionally, the definition, it just means anything that raises the probability of something being true. Something having evidence doesn't mean it is true. It just raises the probability of it. And which both me and John would argue that there's actually a plethora of evidence for Jesus Christ in the writings for him. So you'd be like, well, it's only like 10 epistles and 4 books. That's not really a lot. When you're looking at like history, that's an astronomical amount. Most things in history is like 1 or 2 books and usually like hundreds of years after. So for example, Hannibal crossing the Alps, we have 2 sources and one of the sources is like 200 years later. And there's no contention that Hannibal crossed the Alps in that. So both me and John would argue that there is a lot of evidence that Jesus Christ died and resurrected. We probably go into something more along the lines of like your priors. I think the only reason that people disregard the resurrection is because they have priors or background knowledge that just resurrections don't happen.
Well, I mean, I'd just say like in general, it's sort of a fair assumption to say that resurrections don't happen because, like, why are you not seeing that in more modern times? Why only in a specific time where just, technological research was just in the absolute like shitter, like the Romans kind of, are ruling. So you're just in like these very like desperate times. I mean, in my personal opinion, I think it is more likely that it is a sort of like a game of telephone rather than, undeniable proof, just because, it's just not necessarily realistic.
Great. So for the game of telephone to be true, you'd have to have a singular chain, which we don't have in Christianity. We have multiple chains in multiple different directions, which means that if one gets changed or if there's problems, then we can actually go back and resolve it. This is actually something that Bart Ehrman, do you know who Bart Ehrman is?
No clue.
Bart Ehrman is a biblical scholar who's not against Christianity, but he argues against like the truth of it. And in his book, Misquoting Jesus, he argues that we can't, the reasons we can't trust the Bible is because people did go back and change things in the Bible. But he himself argues that they didn't do it with malintention or bad intention. They did it with the intent to bring it back to its true source. And I actually think this is an argument for Christianity, because if you had a chain that got like the game of telephone problem, you'd have another chain that could go, no, that's wrong. And we can get back to what it is. We have so many historical documents of the scripture that we can see when people actually tried to make changes and alter it. And then we can say, well, no, this is actually what it originally said. And what is it, John? It's like 20,000 documents or something like that we've discovered throughout history.
Are you talking just New Testament manuscripts?
Yeah.
Oh, it's more than that.
Yeah, so like 20. Yeah, that's an astronomical amount. So we can. Bart Ehrman has now shifted his viewpoint, and he's on his blog site said that he can confidently say that he can get to the original, pretty close to the original autographs if he was to translate it.
Yeah, but that could kind of be like applied to any sort of like account. I mean, you could say because the Egyptians, painted this on the wall that they have undeniable proof, or if the Muslims wrote this or that or recounted this.
Yeah, that's not my argument.
Blah, blah, blah.
I think you misunderstand. I'm just arguing against the telephone game. That's all I'm doing. I haven't made a claim that just because we can get back to the original means it's true. I'm just saying that we can get back to the original.
Yeah, but like, just like realistically, how would someone be resurrected? It just doesn't. And to sort of just go to it's spiritual, it just feels like a bit of a cop out.
Well, I simply say this: if God exists, what are the odds somebody can be resurrected?
Just from basic everyday understanding of life, I'd say 0.
No.
Unless if you're a jellyfish, those guys will die and come back to life.
So what you're doing is you're doing like a statistical analysis. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking like a probability of just ability to do so. If God, the God of the universe created everything ex nihilo, if that being that we're claiming existed, what are the odds that that being could raise Jesus from the dead? Have the ability to do so?
I'd still say 0.
How do you come to the conclusion it's 0? If that being can literally create the universe from nothing, how is it that it couldn't raise Jesus from the dead?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Saying. Okay, so this dude created the universe, right? Why did he kind of, like just create this universe so fundamentally flawed? For example,
well, that's a whole different argument, bro. You're just trailed on to something different. Can you answer my question about like if God exists, could he raise Jesus from the dead?
Yes, sure, but he doesn't. Anyways,
what do you mean? Hold on. That's the whole thing we're debating. The subject of what we're debating right now is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. You can't just say, well, yes, but he doesn't. My argument is that he does. And my argument is that we have enough evidence to say that that is the best explanation considering all the data.
I know, but what you're saying is kind of just like a statement, like, yeah, like he got resurrected because God can do anything. Sure, but
that's not my argument. No, that's not what I argue. You're saying resurrections don't happen. They just don't. It's impossible.
They don't.
Right.
Yeah.
But my argument is if God is real, they could absolutely happen. Yes.
Yes, but because it doesn't happen.
Well, hold on. You're jumping. My argument is that it could happen if God is real. Great.
Let me
finish because you don't understand my argument. So
go ahead.
Okay, so it could happen if God exists. So then we have to look at this case, this resurrection, and we can't throw away God did it because it's possible. As long as it's possible, right? We put that in like a hypothesis. Again, doesn't mean it's true. It just means it's possible, and that's a hypothesis that we have to put on the table. So then we need to go look at all the data. Every time we look at a piece of information, a piece of evidence that supports a hypothesis, we need to update it. We update the hypothesis. We update our priors. So if me and John can look through all the data and update it so much so that the hypothesis that Jesus Christ resurrected far outweighs every other hypothesis, we would be rational in saying that Jesus Christ did resurrect.
I sure. But all right, well, can I say the point that I was going to make or yet?
So
sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
So the only issue with that is it's so fundamentally obvious that the universe is likely naturally created, or some people go the deistic route, but it's not really realistic. Can I just quick? You say it's fun. It's so obvious. You do know, like in philosophy, this is highly contested. Like if there's an actual deistic being or a theistic being that started the universe, like there's not like a consensus viewpoint. They've been battling this for like thousands of years. It's very divisive. I'd argue that through scientific research, the only ones that really would work is like non-dualism, stuff like the egg theory.
How would the egg theory work under scientific research?
Because it's just non-dualism. It's just like dream theory type deal. It's either someone made us, but we're also God, or like we're just.
That's what it is. I'm just curious how the scientific method points us to egg theory.
Because there's no scientific evidence against it. That's literally all it is. Is the issue with those is what I was going to say is that it's the easiest answer is natural selection, natural creation.
You're still not really answering the question. Your argument is that egg theory makes the most sense because science doesn't go against it. Well, science doesn't go against Christianity either.
That's not my argument. I'm just saying that's one of the possible God arguments that I don't believe in.
So why is egg theory possible under the scientific method but not Christianity?
It's not. That's the whole point. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Because you can't scientifically go against it. With Christianity, you can.
So what's the science go against in Christianity?
Indifference. God is completely indifferent to us. He doesn't acknowledge us. He's never acknowledged us. He's never.
Well, hold it. That's begging the question, because our argument is that Jesus Christ resurrected, which means God did interact with us.
So the other thing is if he's interacting with us, that would mean that he doesn't necessarily have control over any matter or laws because of the way things were created.
How does that mean he doesn't have control over it? How is that logical conclusion?
There's so many examples. One that I always like to go to is why we don't have two separate breathing pipes, or like a breathing pipe and a swallowing food pipe.
Why? Okay, so again, why does that mean God doesn't have control over it?
Because an intelligent designer wouldn't create such a fundamentally flawed system in our necks.
How do you know that?
Because it causes so many children to choke to death every year.
How do you know intelligent desire wouldn't do that?
Because it's cruel.
Okay, but you're just stating it's cruel. How do you know he wouldn't do that?
But it's stupid. I'm like even like a second grader knows that, oh, we should have two holes in their throat.
Right. So is it possible that you, being not as intelligent as God, doesn't understand the grand scheme of things and why it was designed that way? For example, I don't know, me personally, because I'm a silly guy, and I don't know the grand scheme of how everything operates in a nuclear reactor and why it's designed that way.
But that's the God of gaps argument. I don't know. Therefore, God.
No, that's not my argument. My argument isn't therefore I don't know, therefore it's God. You're making an argument against God. You're saying, and I'm taking a skeptical theism point of view. You're saying that God wouldn't create us, right? If he actually was all knowing, all powerful, he wouldn't create us with the ability to choke. And my argument is just simply, how do you know that? And you're just saying, well, I wouldn't do it. Well, that's a very subjective thing.
I'd say because he's usually perceived as all loving, all powerful. His characteristics in the Bible frequently show him being compassionate, show him being intelligent enough to craft the entire universe as we know it.
That's not an argument. That's just an observation.
Yeah, but I'm saying the observation is the argument, because
observations can't be arguments.
Well, anything could be an argument.
No, an argument is an argument, right? An argument is basically where you have ideas that lead to conclusions, right? An observation is just an observation, right? I observe my wall is black. That's not an argument. An argument would be, well, I can observe things, right? I observe the wall is black, therefore the wall is black. That would be like an argument.
So the argument is, I observe that there are lots of flaws in and this is just the human body. Therefore, it can be assumed that this was naturally created or indifferently created, with not the whole purpose being, us.
Well, there's a leap in logic there, right? So, for example, people who make video games or make movies and video games with intentional flaws in it, intentional problems, intentional things to overcome. You wouldn't say that those people are not intelligent because they made it.
So, but then is there some sort of joy that comes out of him watching a baby deer get its foot stuck in a bear trap and starving to death?
Motivation is not interesting to me, because motivation doesn't prove or disprove something.
I'm just having trouble seeing his love, his.
Well, it doesn't matter if you see it, right? That doesn't prove or disprove anything. Because remember, the whole crux of me and John's argument is that Jesus Christ actually did resurrect, and then the best hypothesis is God did it. So you can point at a deer stuck in the woods being injured and crying out and suffering, and you can say, well, that's not an all-loving God to me. And I say, okay, now what?
It's nothing that made us?
What?
That's the primary idea, is that we exist out of nothing. It's insanity to think about, but that's the...
How did you... I have no idea how you jumped from there. I feel like I just asked you 2 + 2 is, and you said the color of purple tastes like oranges.
Can you repeat what you said at the end there?
I feel like I just asked you what 2 + 2 is, and you said the color purple tastes like oranges.
The thing before that.
Yeah, so I'm saying that we have evidence that points to the fact that God exists, that Christianity is true. We think it's rational to hold that. And you say, well, I see a deer hurt, and that makes me feel bad, so therefore God's not real. I say, okay, you see a deer hurt. That doesn't change. You're just talking about motivation here.
No, I'm trying to claim that there's just pure indifference going on a day-to-day basis.
Well, that's an assumption. It's like you have no way to prove it.
Yeah, there's a baby deer that's getting its foot stuck. What? The whole point is that any God would show compassion on the
But how do you
material
again?
world.
You're just talking about motivation. How do you know these motivations? How do you know that this ought to be the case?
Because, like, why would someone put their faith towards something that, you know, there's no cannot be researched in any way, shape, or form? Everything looks like it's being designed.
Notice how you kind of like shifted a completely different topic about, because now we're going back to the part where it's like we do have evidence. We're going full circle here, man. Like it doesn't seem like you're locked in or focused on the actual arguments we're putting forward. It just kind of feels like you got some personal feelings and you're rambling about them.
Well, I don't think it's like necessarily a feeling. I don't like, again, I'm completely just like, you know, God, I'm completely indifferent to people's opinions.
You haven't made an argument about indifference. You just say, I observe deer hurt. I would help deer. God doesn't help deer. Therefore he's indifferent. But that's motivation. You feel a motivation to help deer. A psychopath might not, right? They might not feel motivation to it. That might not mean they're indifferent about it.
I guess a better question would be to ask, where do you not see indifference?
In the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
And that's it?
That's all I need. I don't need to encapsulate the totality of every problem that's out in the universe to conclude God is real. All I need to say is that God resurrected Jesus Christ from the dead. If that is true, then God is real.
But
here, let me cut through some of this.
Yeah, why don't you guys go ahead for a second, because I really got to use the washroom.
Yeah. So let me just ask you this, okay? Is it logically possible that God could have justifiable reasons for allowing the deer, allowing the choking, allowing any of these things? Is that a logical possibility as it pertains to God?
No,
Can he? Okay, one second. Just is it logically possible for him to have a good reason to allow it?
Yeah, so you're going to bring up the argument that like there's a greater purpose that we just don't know, which just it doesn't really make much sense, because again, everything we can observe in the material world should be enough evidence, right? Because we're arguing
that's not enough. It's not enough evidence. Right now, I'm asking you a metaphysical question on whether or not it's logically possible.
I'm still gonna have to say no, because metaphysical doesn't explain our entire existence that we know it.
So do you think that there are? Let me ask you this way. First off, when you say something is logically impossible, I'm not asking the question on whether or not it's reasonable. I'm asking whether or not it entails a proposition and its negation, or some sort of like unwanted consequence. So do you have a proposition and negation as it pertains to the question I asked you?
So the way that you're like arguing against it is like the same type of argument that like can be thrown directly back at you. And
you don't understand. So I'm asking you a question, not making an argument right now, right? Is it logically possible?
It's going to be spun into an argument.
No. Well, that's because you now have a burden of proof. So the burden of proof is the person that is making the claim. When I ask you the question, is it logically possible for God to have a justifiable reason to allow X, whether that's suffering, whether it's the deer, whether it's the choking? Is it logically possible for God to have a justified reason? You say, no, it's not possible. That's you making the claim. Now you actually have a burden of proof in order to justify that through proposition and its negation on what would be the logical contradiction in God having a justified reason for this happening, right?
Yes, but I'm saying with the evidence that we can observe, it's therefore safe to say that.
That's not the question, though. You have to lock in. When you say something is logically impossible, it's no longer about the probability of evidence. Right now, I'm asking you, what is it that makes it logically impossible? Logically impossible, not reasonable, not like what's rational. Logically impossible is a very specific thing, and you may not know this, so I'll give you the
I would
benefit of the doubt and
say
help you.
I would say physics and the language of math and predictive.
Logically possible is a
Muted.
Yeah, so logically possible is a conceptual thing. When we say is something logically possible, for example, it's not logically possible to have a square round room. That's a logical impossibility because of the contradiction, right? So it's also, but it is logically possible to have gravity that works backwards. Is it metaphysically possible? Probably not, but logically possible, it works. Now, John's asking you for a logical possibility.
Yeah, a logical contradiction. So, like I said, you're conflating what's logical with what's rational, right? So, based off of your response, like, and this isn't a slight, not everyone understands this. What you're wanting to say is that it's like there's some sort of nomological issue. It's like when we look at the nature around us, nature acts a certain way. There's like a certain uniformity, and therefore, God couldn't do this thing. What I'm asking you is it logically possible? It's a very different question. It's saying, okay, just like a shape with no sides and a shape with 4 sides cannot exist as the same shape, which would be a square and a circle. That's the logical contradiction, the square round room, like John just referenced. You have a proposition, shape with 4 sides, shape with no sides exist in the same way and in the same sense, right? You don't have that, or at least you haven't provided it, as it pertains to why God could not have a justifiable reason to do so. So let me give you an example, right? Something that you can, my church, we just did our entire fire system. We had to bring our fire systems up to code. Okay. They just installed sprinkler systems, right? Do you know that sprinkler systems are created with the purpose to break? Now, what I mean by that is there's like this little bulb inside of a sprinkler system that this bulb holds liquid. And when that bulb reaches a certain temperature, it is functionally designed to shatter so that it can initiate the sprinkler system, right? Now, if I told you, hey, I created something, and just imagine, this is the first conversation that we've ever had. I am the inventor of the sprinkler system, like a ceiling sprinkler system. I'm the inventor, and I come to you and say, hey, listen, I have this idea. And you look at the idea and you say, well, this bulb breaks. This bulb inside your sprinkler system, it shatters, right? Well, do you think that that's a flaw? And you could say, oh, it's absolutely a flaw. Look, it breaks, it shatters. This is a useless product because it's made and it can break. And I say, well, no, I actually have a justified reason for wanting it to break, for allowing it to break. And you say, well, no, you can't actually have a justified reason to give me a product that is intended to break. Right.
For example, John called me the other day to play video games, and I told him no, which broke his heart. But I was justified because I was hanging out with my wife.
Yeah. No, but imagine that. So what you see as a flaw, what you see as an issue, I'm just asking you whether or not you can have a justified reason for allowing it, right? Another example, and this is maybe a little more morally and has a little bit moral intuition to it. Let's say I told you, hey, you'll never believe it. The other day, I unalived a baby. Okay?
Right.
Now, do you think I could ever have a justified reason for doing so?
No, but maybe, let's say this baby is going to end the universe. You know what I mean? Maybe it's baby Hitler. You went back in time, you killed baby Hitler.
Smittler.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Baby mustache man.
Yeah. So, do you think that would be a justified reason?
So yes. The other thing, I should have rephrased how I said it at the beginning, because first of all, I'm not even that hungry. I just ate. About the whole taco part. The whole issue with it is
like,
yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
like,
I must have just confused.
wait, are you
I must have
talking
just
about like
confused you.
choking again? Like,
oh no.
no.
So what I'm saying is the weirdness of like one of the best way I could word it is like it's one of those questions where it's like the answer to what you just asked me, could it logically be possible? It could be, but it also can't be. Just like it could also be logically possible that there is no natural creator. There's no creator, but there also could be. You know what I mean? Like I could use that exact question on you. Argue atheism.
I affirm the proposition. It is logically possible God does not exist. There's no logical contradiction. But I don't affirm that's metaphysically possible.
Yeah. But to say in theory Jesus could have been resurrected isn't necessarily the best argument. Just because when we try to argue,
I'm sorry, my friend.
I haven't even talked about the resurrection yet.
And I was talking about the resurrection. It's not that he could have. My argument is that it's the best explanation. That's my argument.
Comparatively with any counter hypothesis.
All right, so then maybe
what you've done. Yeah, really quick, just so you understand why your argument fails. So you're relying on something called verificationism and empirical verificationism. Okay. Do you know what that is? Before I continue.
I'm assuming it's evidence-based research or something like that.
Well, no. It's not just evidence-based. It's verification evidence-based. It's using empiricism in the sense of verification, right?
Testable.
So,
yeah.
First question, and then I'm going to take you down. First question.
Yeah, you're good.
Can you know anything separate from empirical evidence or scientific evidence? Is there any other truth that you can know that doesn't use that methodology?
I'm just this is a little bit too philosophical to argue an existence of God. This is just going into does anything exist at all?
No. I'm not even hitting hard solipsism yet. I'm just asking you, can you have knowledge of things that are not scientifically or empirically verifiable?
For example, let me just try to make
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay. So hopefully I'm not taking over here, John.
No,
go ahead.
Yeah, can you give me the scientific evidence for the scientific method?
Which scientific method?
Any.
Oh, well, everything's just evidence-based research. Like it's like you're testing it, you're theorizing.
So the idea that it needs to be testable, repeatable, and observable, right?
Yeah.
Can you give me the scientific evidence that confirms that theory?
That's like asking what's north of the North Pole.
Well, the South Pole would be north of the North Pole, but
no, or like that's like asking like what was there before the Big Bang.
Well, you're saying
no.
That's not what I meant. You're saying like the scientific method is the method, right? The testable, repeatable, observable, right? That is the method. Now you're stating that the only things that we know can be true are through that method, but yet you affirm the method, which cannot be confirmed through that method. So there's at least one thing that you confirm is true outside of that method.
Yeah, that everything just is.
What? No, that's not what I said.
Well,
no, this is called the self-refutation problem of verificationism. So verificationism has a self-refutation. When I make the proposition, right, just kind of like John has done, when I give the proposition and the proposition is this: anything that is true must be empirically verifiable or scientifically verifiable or something like that. I make that
But how
claim.
does this argue Christianity? This is just arguing like just pure like
no. It's
existence.
attacking. No. It's attacking your epistemology and how you understand truth, right?
Epistemology is study of knowledge.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to use.
Well, the only thing we can prove is awareness, and the awareness is observing.
I feel like you're trying to predict where we're going instead of just actually like listening to what we're talking about.
Yeah. So the proposition I give when I say it is true that the only things that are true are empirically verifiable, testable, repeatable, observable, right? Using scientific methodology. Is that proposition itself empirically observable, repeatable, verifiable? Well, no, it's not, right? This is why it's called the self-refutation problem. Is verificationism immediately collapses into itself because you can't say something is true without it being empirically verified, but yet you're still saying something is true that cannot be empirically verified. You have a logical contradiction.
I think you're just saying, how do you verify verifying? Do you verify verifying by verifying?
That is what he's saying. Yeah.
Yes.
That is what he's saying.
How do you verify the truth of verification?
This is, but you don't like this. It's a question that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So therefore, there's at least one thing that you hold to be true outside of the verification method.
The word is, everything just is. That's what I mean.
Right. So then you refuted yourself where you said the only true thing that we can know is through the verification method.
Yes, but then you're saying that out of all existence, Jesus or what was his name? Jesus came down and was like, all right, guys, this moment is right here, right now. Nothing else matters. Screw the dinosaurs. Screw the proto-eukaryotic cells.
We've never made any of those claims. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is the second issue. So the first issue is you're using verificationism which has a self-refutation problem. The second thing that you've done, whether you realize it or not, is you're committing a fallacy known as the black swan fallacy. Okay? When we're going back to Jesus, if we're bringing this back to Jesus, saying, hey, dead men stay dead, right? Because you've never seen a dead man get back up. Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen like a golden penguin?
Outside of Pokemon, no.
No, right? Do golden penguins exist?
No. Well, on Earth, no.
They do.
You never know out there. It's logically possible that there could be golden penguins in an infinite universe.
No. It's not just logically possible. There's a specific type of penguin that is it's golden, right? So this is why it's called the black swan fallacy, because people would basically say, hey, listen, the only swans that exist are white, right? There are no black swans because every swan I've ever seen is white, just like every penguin you've ever seen is like black and white, maybe with a little bit of yellow. But if you assert that there are no such thing as golden penguins or black swans, this would be factually incorrect because it's only relying on your observational skills. It's only relying on what you yourself have observed. And this is a problem with inductive reasoning if it's applied the wrong way. Inductive reasoning is just going to be where you take your specific observations and then you apply a general conclusion. I've only seen white swans, therefore, because I've only seen white swans in my specific observation, therefore there are no black swans in a general sense. And that is a problem. That is a problem of induction when it's used the wrong way. You're doing the exact same thing that you did with the penguin with resurrections. You're saying, well, I've never seen someone resurrected and no one's ever seen someone resurrected. Therefore, resurrections must not happen. But that is a case-by-case understanding of the black swan fallacy.
But
or
so
I also
that
use golden
argument,
penguins because people. Yeah.
that argument can then equally as strongly justify the existence of a black swan. That means the existence of a black swan and God are equally the existence of people on Earth where their butts are replaced by their faces and their faces are their butts are equally as likely with that exact logical explanation that you're using. Because anytime someone says, "Well, I've never seen one," well, you say, "Oh, how do you verify that verification that you verified not seeing that?"
I
And then it's
promise
like,
you, I've
okay, so it's
debated.
here.
I promise, I've debated on TikTok for
But you've already seen someone where their face is replaced by their butt, and it's Little John.
Okay, and
right
in
there.
South Park.
Well, I was about to make a different. I was about to say, listen, I've debated a lot of butt faces, but anyway, no. But the point.
The chat's ready to move on.
All right. So
Okay.
you've been you've been voted off, but I'm going to let John say something. Then you can take the last word, and then we'll move to the next person.
Yeah. So, but that's the issue. Verificationism has a self-refutation problem, so you better figure out a way around that. Secondly, the black swan fallacy is a problem of induction, where you're using induction in a way that it's not very useful. Is you're making a specific observation regarding your own anecdotal perspectives, and then you're making a general conclusion. I've never seen resurrections, therefore resurrections don't happen. But that is not actually that's not an argument against it, because you're not presenting a counter hypothesis. We're presenting the hypothesis of the resurrection. We have justifications for why we do so. You now have got to come to task, and you have to say, okay, here's a counter hypothesis, and here's why mine has explanatory power, explanatory scope, and better parsimony.
All right, you get the last word, bro.
I'm going to get a drink. I'll be right back.
Personally, I think none of us know what the hell is going on. Everything just is. It's going to drive us all crazy till we die. All right.
God bless, man.
All right. Peace out. Yeah, God bless. Peace out, guys.
My favorite thing is when people who don't believe in God say God bless. Love it.
Nice guy.
That's a W. Yeah, he was a nice guy. Nice guy. No complaints.
That is so funny when he's like, I actually don't know what that means.
That was great. Yeah. Also, it's pretty great that now I know that golden penguins exist.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They're cute.
Matin. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Matin. Going once, going twice, and goodbye. Guys, smash the like button, share the live. Once again, we're Donut Bar is looking pretty empty. We do need 300 per debate stream to keep the channel up and running. So hey, if everybody gave $1, we would far surpass our goal. We would far surpass our goal. Oh, we should actually do super chats while we're waiting. That's a good point. Abby forgets to remind me because she's too busy knitting.
No.
Yeah.
I do not.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Little John's camera needs a blessing or two. P.S. Here's some money I owe you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Modern Centurion, I live in a small Midwest town. The economy doesn't collapse on voting day. It does not. No.
That was pretty silly.
Yeah. People were notified of the census. They can plan ahead. They weren't knuckle-dragging humans. They're pretty smart people back then. The fact that people think that they're just idiots back then is pretty wild to me.
Well, and I love that he kept bringing up like bakers. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure people can bake their own food.
Merry Christmas. May your 2026 be blessed as a new Christian. We went through this. Yeah. John, do you have to eat every single live stream?
You schedule every single live stream during lunch.
Who eats lunch?
What do you want from me? Do you want me to just fast?
Yes.
Pray while I debate?
Yes. Sounds like Chinese Muhammad and Joseph Smith. I was thinking the same thing. As a Christian, why wouldn't I just agree that he had these trances, but a demon was the one responsible? I was going to go there. If there was actually like enough historical documents, I would just concede, well, maybe he was speaking different voices and it was a demon.
That's what we think about Muhammad. Yeah. So.
I mean, we have reason to believe Jesus Christ did his thing and he warned about it. So,
John, what are you eating?
Pizza, probably.
Looks yummy.
French toast, cinnamon.
You got to go. You're gonna go bother evidence first again anytime soon. You gonna go?
You gonna go bother evidence first again anytime soon?
You're gonna go bother evidence first again?
Evidence first is an idiot.
Or you're gonna go bother? Okay, it's a person. Or was that just a special occasion? God bless. That was insane. Did you watch my debate with that guy?
I didn't. I watched the tail end of it.
I'm gonna make that a video for sure, because it was just not good. Not good debate tactics.
Brother is Dunning-Kruger personified.
My goodness gracious. But like, I just bit the bullet. He's like, God's evil. I'm like, okay, now what? Like, I just bit the bullet. Like, where do we move forward from? Like, you've seen me bite that bullet before. And then he's just like called me a monster and terrible person and kicked me. And it's like, all right. And then he changed the topic. He changed the topic to something else. Merry Christmas. God bless and love y'all. Merry Christmas, Shannon. Shannon's the GOAT. Shannon has been watching this live since pretty much day one. Shannon is the OG.
That's a long time, Shannon.
It's a long time.
I have a genuine question. Shanny, who did you follow first, me or John?
Ooh.
Good question.
Do you remember who you followed first?
WD or Jerky. My mom actually hit a moose the other day, or their car. She's okay. Car's not okay. And
that's the most Canadian freaking thing I've ever heard.
And she's gonna get a whole chunk of moose to put in her freezer, which is a benefit, I guess. But your grift program ran successfully, Clanker. Thank you. We got a grift. We got bills to pay, mouths to feed, and nothing in this world for free.
There she is. Shannon says, I found Big John the first day I joined TikTok.
Hey, yo! Literally day one. Literally day one. That's crazy. She's seen me go through all sorts of changes and all sorts of viewpoints and perspectives and attitudes, and she's seen it all, man. All the craziness. All right, let's bring.
If you're on TikTok, if you followed me before John Steele, just say hello so I don't feel useless.
But you stopped making content. I've been consistent.
Yeah, that's true.
It's true.
Merry Christmas. We love you guys. Keep up the hard work. Greetings from Austria. From Austria. That's what's up. What's up, Austria? Is that where like Arnold Schwarzenegger's from? Do I have that right?
I don't know.
Okay. Donna has been watching from the start too. That's very true, Donna. Thank you for being a supporter of the channel. Lori as well. Yeah, you guys have been around for a hot minute. I'm like your guys' Oprah.
I do have people. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, War Cloud. Thank you, Trump. I thought you said Trump. Trumpet. I don't know.
I don't think this person's going to connect. Let's move on.
I have people.
I thought you said Trump followed you.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm Favor. I'm 28 years old.
All right, Christianity's true. Change our minds.
Okay. I'll first of all start with the claim. To get to the claim that Christianity is true, we have to get to the claim that God is true. I'm willing to accept that a little bit. I'm just to argue that Christianity is true. I think that claim is a lot. That's a stretch. Right?
Wait, which one? That God is true or Christianity is true?
That there is a necessity for God to be true. Meaning, there's a lot of things we can explain out with like scientific stuff, physics, biology.
Well, hold on. I'm still missing your first claim. Are you stating that which one's a hard stretch, Christianity or God?
God.
Okay, God. And you're saying we have to start with God first before Christianity?
I mean, I think they're all intertwined. So to get to Christianity is true, we have to say God is true. Like there is a God, and then the Christian claim is Jesus is God. And
I think we can actually work backwards. I think we can confirm Christianity is true, and by doing that, we can actually confirm God is true.
All right. Let's start there. I think the central claim for Christianity is a miracle, right? The resurrection and it's a to prove that the resurrection exists. I think it's a extraordinary claim, right? There is nobody. I think the claim for Christians is like I think nobody or like maybe two people have been resurrected from after death. That's Lazarus. About 80? Okay, that's fair. Why don't the rest of the other guys, why isn't there a religion around the rest of the other guys that have been resurrected? Or like
There
Or
are. It's called Christianity.
there is no Lazarus people. I don't know. I don't know if they are
but
Christians.
Lazarus was resurrected by Jesus Christ.
Is Jesus the first person to be resurrected? Like, why is there religion around
No,
that?
but the religion's around the idea that God himself is resurrecting these people, right? And Jesus Christ is the one who had authority to do it, right? So we have enough evidence for Jesus. We don't we don't have enough evidence for the person. Sorry, one sec. We don't have enough evidence for the person who Elisha resurrected, but this would also be a person that was resurrected due to the Christian God. So you asked, why aren't there religions around these other people? There are. It's called Christianity.
That and that's I think my point is to make an extraordinary claim that someone rise from the dead. There has to be an almost equally extraordinary evidence that back that up, or like
Can you define extraordinary evidence? Because extraordinary is an implication that it's evidence that's not part of our normal standard of evidence. So what is extraordinary evidence? How would I know it when I see it?
I'll give you an example. If I say my dog could talk, if I make a video of my dog
That's an extraordinary claim. What's the extraordinary evidence?
Claim. Exactly. If I make a claim that my dog could talk,
yeah,
and I show, like, the support I show you is like a video of my dog talking,
yeah,
you could come up with like a with an argument that says maybe that's an AI or something like that, or like some editing, and I show you more and more and more, maybe an in-person live presentation. And
so, but a video is not extraordinary. Video is normal.
Exactly. I'm saying.
So what is extraordinary evidence?
I'm saying a lot of this supporting thing that you have to present to me has to be has to lead to the entire conclusion that this
right.
is
So you're still not answering my question. What is extraordinary evidence?
I mean more than a stronger evidence. Like, there has to be a strong evidence to an extraordinary claim. There have to be more than I could believe that, taco is delicious, right? So that's that. I could
you
claim
keep giving me hypotheticals of like things of your mental state. I'm asking you for a definition of extraordinary evidence because you're saying we need extraordinary evidence to prove this extraordinary claim. Well, what is that? How do I know what extraordinary evidence is?
Okay. Here's the thing. I mean, evidence, right? There's a way it's up to me to believe you, right? The decision is to believe. And it's for people to provide evidence.
My friend, please stop giving me mental states and examples of things. Just give me a definition of extraordinary evidence or admit that you don't have one.
Extraordinary evidence is no different from evidence. I mean, there have to be a bunch of evidence.
So it's just evidence.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's just evidence, right? But there have to be a bunch of significant enough evidence for me to reach the conclusion, the decision that, the claim is believable enough, right? For me to make the choice. The choice is the decision, right? But for me to get that choice,
I'm not interested in your individual mental state, right? All I need to show is that there's enough evidence for it to be rational. That's it. Whether you're convinced is completely irrelevant.
Exactly. Okay. And I would say that a lot of the historical evidence available is not strong enough. And I think when I mean extraordinary, I mean like strong enough to force that miracle decision, the miracle conclusion that it's true.
Okay, why is it not strong enough?
I would say largely religious texts are written by believers. There are biases there, and it's fine, right? It's fine. Like most texts,
well, you have to make it. You can't just say that people can be biased, therefore they're lying. Yeah. That's a silly statement. You have to show me that their bias is towards lying. Like you would have to show me that they would have a bias to lie about a resurrection, which doesn't make sense because early Jews, right, when looking for a messianic figure, we're not looking for a messianic figure that would die and resurrect. This is why when they were in the upper room, they were mourning the death of Jesus, right? I need to know what the bias is to say that they would make up a lie that he resurrected. Why would they have that bias?
Why wouldn't they have the bias? There's a
that's not an argument, my friend. You can't say, well, why wouldn't they? If you're presenting an argument, you must give me a proposition.
There's a theological aim to
what theological aim?
Hey, this guy claims he's God. The people who follow him wants to believe that, and they could. I'm saying they could. That's the evidence that's presented, the text, and I'm saying.
But just because they could doesn't mean I'm rational to think that they would.
I would have to be able to question where the evidence is coming from, the author, the genre. Is it a science fiction? Is it a religious text?
You're now changing to a different
I'm not
topic.
changing it. I'm not changing
You are.
it.
You are. So we have 12 individuals who are the crux. Or sorry, 11 at this time. 11 individuals who are the crux and the foundation for the belief that Jesus Christ resurrected. They're sitting in the upper room, which is what we have according to our documentation. He just died, like many other apocalyptic preachers before them. And every other apocalyptic preacher before them, when they die, their following just disbands. But these 11 decide to go out and make up a lie that this person resurrected. What would be their bias and goal for doing that?
They want people to follow Christ like the way they did, right? I'm not saying that's true or not. I'm saying that's a reasonable thing to
want
say.
People to
like,
follow.
Someone that's skeptic or like someone that's questioning.
Right. Want people to follow Christ. Why do they want people to follow Christ?
Because, like you said, they've been around this guy. They've been around Christ, and they want more followers or something like that. So
why though? To what end?
I've given you one theological aim, like that's one. That could be
you're saying that's not one. They're saying to follow Christ. That's already in the argument that they would go out and lie about his resurrection. That's already implied. So what is the end? What is the end goal? We convince people to follow Christ under a basis of a lie for what reason?
For the outcome maybe we have right now, or like maybe it's a political movement. I don't know. I can't really.
Okay, so then you have a bunch of maybes, right? I have a hypothesis is that they're just telling the truth. And the principle of charity is actually more parsimonious here, right? That we always assume from a philosophical standpoint that until given reason that somebody is trying to be honest and genuine with you, until you're given reason to believe otherwise. Now, the only reason that you're given to believe otherwise here is because, well, it's a miracle and you don't believe in miracles. I don't think that's a good justification to just deny that they're trying to be genuine. Now, even if they're trying to be genuine, that doesn't mean that Jesus Christ resurrected, but you're putting up the hypothesis that they're being dishonest.
I'm not pulling up that hypothesis that they're being dishonest. I'm pulling up
literally what you just said.
Yeah, yes, what I'm saying. I'm saying there's an extraordinary claim here that someone resurrected, and I have to be able to challenge whatever supporting evidence that goes towards that resurrection. I have to be able to question, okay, where are all these people coming from? Do they have any biases? Is the historical text reliable?
Sure, yeah, you absolutely should question those. But just because you can raise it up as a question doesn't automatically prove it to be true. Is it possible they could have biases to lie? Yes, but now you need to give me a reason to believe that.
I mean, why wouldn't if I'm looking to if I say they have an aim for for people to become Christians, that's enough.
Why would they want people to become Christians?
Isn't that the old doctrine of Christianity?
Yes, but the people want to become people want other people to become Christians because Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one gets to the Father through them, or no one gets to the Father except through him. That's all based off the resurrection. So if the resurrection actually didn't happen and they're lying, what is their goal? What is their reason? They didn't make money from this. Most of them denied money. Paul be an example of that. He worked for free. So they didn't make money from it. They didn't get power from it because they were being persecuted and executed by Nero and as well as by the Jews. They were chasing them down. So what is the rhetorical goal? What was the purpose and point of doing it if they all knew it was a lie?
I'll give an example. A lot of religion out there have a historical, usually centered around one. There are different types of.
Okay, so that's just it's just whataboutism. I need a very specific hypothesis.
Yeah, usually
for this
centered around one deity, right? And maybe Jesus is the perfect candidate, or like Jesus is like the perfect person to build up as like the central.
Okay, my friend, I'm going to stop you because you're not answering the question. Give me the hypothesis on why they would lie.
Why wouldn't they lie? That's the thing. Like, Why wouldn't they
He's
lie?
been voted off
Like,
the island.
All right, man. I appreciate your time,
okay,
but you're not
fine,
moving the
fine,
conversation forward.
fine,
So God bless.
fine. I don't know what were the points of the why would they lie? Like, of course they would lie. Like,
Of course they would
You
lie.
can't
Why
just-
they would do it, I don't know, but they would.
Of course they would. That's the answer. That was lame.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I need to find a tire place. I got a flat.
Oh no.
I could fix it for you. You don't need to go to a tire place. Just go to the shop and get a puncture kit. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm doing good, and I'm 19 years old.
All right, bro. Christianity is true. Change our minds.
Yeah, so I don't believe something could be true which has a doctrine which is a logical contradiction.
You don't believe something that is true if it has a logical contradiction?
Yeah.
I agree with you. What's the logical contradiction?
So the Trinity, like if I can just argue like Richard Cartwright's argument, it's the standard 7 propositions, right? Are you familiar?
Nope.
So Jesus is God, the Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God.
Oh, just the LPT.
Yeah, it's the LPT.
Yeah. There's multiple ways that you can get around the LPT.
Yeah, and these 3 are not each other. There is exactly one God. So I believe it's contradictory in that it goes against identity. And that's my argument.
Yeah. The simplest explanation against that is that they are not numerically identical in personhood. They're only numerically identical in divinity. And so the traditional viewpoint is that the Father and the Son are not numerically identical to each other. They're only numerically identical in divinity. And so then you'd escape that problem. You could also look at like Joshua Sijuwadi's trope theory would also get around that problem. And then you can also get around the problem by counting by division.
So the point is when it pertains to the LPT, there are multiple models that actually show that it's not a logical problem. For it to be a logical problem requires a logical contradiction. If you present a model to which the logical contradiction is no longer applicable, then it's not a logical contradiction. You have to change the argument to some sort of metaphysical contradiction or some sort of metaphysical problem. And that's usually what people end up doing.
So my point is, with the identity point, is that something cannot be identical in one sense, but not identical in the other. This is just classical identity, right? Like this is law. So
But wait a second. You answer this. If someone utilizes relative identity, does the LPT run? Yes or no?
But relative identity is false.
That's not my question. If someone uses relative identity, does the LPT run?
If someone uses a form that's not identity, no.
Yeah. So if someone denies classical identity, right, for whatever reason they may do that, then the LPT it's no longer a logical contradiction.
Well, that's just to say if someone denies classical logic.
Lots of people deny classical logic.
What's the motivation for denying classical logic?
I'm just saying lots of known philosophers, well-known philosophers, don't hold to classical logic.
Well, I'm talking to Big John Steele. I'm not talking to known philosophers.
Well, all I need to do is implement a proposition that shows that there isn't a logical contradiction. I don't have to hold to a specific model. Like I can hold to a specific model, you could debunk a specific model, but as long as there's a relative possibility or a specific model that shows no contradiction, you haven't debunked it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with model theory. I'm saying that there's a contradiction in every model.
So what is what is the contradiction in holding to a different form of identity?
Because that model isn't true.
But that's not a contradiction.
That's not a contradiction.
Wait. Asserting
make that argument.
So you guys are talking about model theory, but have you ever actually read like anything on model theory? Because model theory states that the model must be true in order for it to be satisfied. So you're arguing for the truth of relative identity.
But wait a second. You're just holding the proposition that a relative identity is false, right? If someone else holds that it's true if someone else holds that it's true and they justify that, then the conversation is no longer around the LPT. Now you're doing exactly what you do. You're switching to a metaphysical conversation. You're talking about
Well, I don't believe
metaphysical
identity is metaphysical. I believe it's a logical operator. So I'm still in the realm of logic, actually.
No. But you're not in the realm of the LPT anymore. Now we're having a so the conversation goes from here's a logical contradiction in these premises regarding the Trinity to now the conversation switches to whether or not relative identity is true or false.
Well, that's just the case with any argument. If you reject the premise, that switches. That's just the case with every argument in the world.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying you move away from the LPT because you
Okay, so let's get
understand
into
that under relative. If let me ask you this: if relative identity is true, does the LPT run? Don't tell me
you're
it's
just
just
asking
false.
me.
If it's true, does the LPT run?
You're just asking me if my argument is true. Is my argument true?
No, that's
what
not
you're
what I'm
asking.
asking you.
It's not what he's
That's not what I'm
asking
asking you.
You're
I said
asking,
if,
grant my worldview.
No.
Is my
listen,
worldview true?
listen to my words. No, listen to my words. If relative identity is true, if it's applicable toward the nature of God, then does the LPT run? I'm not asking if my argument is true, is it true? I'm asking, does the LPT
You're arguing
run
for
if
relative
relative
identity.
Okay, okay. Hold on. Let me rephrase it. Is the LPT reliant on classical identity?
Yeah, same with every argument.
Okay, so then the implication is that if John's version of identity is true, then the LPT wouldn't be a problem, correct?
Yeah, let's get into that.
Great.
Then
you can move forward with it. Like I don't know why you're being so pedantic about that.
Well, I tried this 10 minutes ago. I literally said, let's get into it, and I got cut off.
You haven't been here for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not being literal, whoever that is in the back. But anyways, if we speak of relative identity, I would just say it's false, given my correspondence theory. So in reality, whenever we look at something which is identical, the classical way in which we count is represents that of an unrestricted identity operator. So we distinguish things based upon their predicates. So that's my argument.
Okay. So let's start there. Why should I take that correspondence theory is the only valid theory of truth?
Well, I never said it's the only valid theory. I just said in this case I will use it.
You says as it pertains to correspondence theory. I'm a pluralist as well. Yeah, I'm a pluralist as well. That's fine.
Because my argument looks at reality, so that's correspondence. That's why I said that.
So just what's your argument against relative identity?
Well, I said looking at reality, the way in which we distinguish things, like everyday things, like me and you,
that's an
assertion.
Based upon our
predicates.
That's an assertion, not a premise.
All right. So if we distinguish things based upon their predicates, then relative identity is false. We do distinguish things upon the predicates, therefore relative identity is false. That's my argument.
Okay, premise 2. So someone who holds to relative identity, why would they accept premise 2?
Well, that's just the way we look at things in reality.
No, that's the way you look at things. Someone who holds to relative identity, why would they accept premise 2?
This doesn't attack the argument, you know that, right? That's a question.
I don't hold to relative identity right now. I'm literally doing devil's advocate. But when I'm showing you that, okay, one, the LPT only works if you use classical logic. If you want to argue with relative identity, why would someone who holds to relative identity accept that it's entirely that premise 2 is true? Why would they accept that?
Well, we'd have to get into it, but you don't even hold to relative identity, so I'm not sure why I'm arguing with someone who's going devil's advocate. Like, can I actually argue the LPT to someone who actually holds a position?
Do you want to do it or me, John?
But hold on, your argument. I'm going to let you go, but your argument is very specific. If this is true, Christianity cannot be true. What if there are different?
Well, that's just modus ponens. That's like every major argument.
Can I finish?
Yeah, that's an if-then statement.
Can I finish?
That's not very specific.
Can I finish, or whenever you're done masturbating, just let me know.
I mean, you guys cut me off first. I'm just returning.
I didn't cut you off at all. When did I cut you off?
I said you guys.
So I probably did. Now I'm responsible for how John behaves?
Well, he's on your panel.
You just let me know when you're finished, and I'll finish my statement.
I am finished, yeah.
You sure? Okay. So you're stating if this is true, then Christianity is false. All that John has to do is provide a model that is perfectly sound and valid, whether he holds to it or not, then there's still Christianity being true. You haven't proven that it's false. all you would show is that if John held a specific model, that his specific model would be false, correct?
No, I already explained this. So with model theory, if you read anybody on model theory, like
Just yes or no, please.
What was the question?
Appreciate your time. God bless. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Hello? You taking a nap? All right.
Oh, no, you guys are...
Oh, as soon as he started talking, I kicked him. I don't remember what his name was. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. I'm 23 years old, and I just wanted to ask. I'm not an atheist, but I'm a Christian. And is it okay if I ask just 4 questions?
No.
I think for
No. I'll give you one quick one.
Mhm. Oh, just quick one. Oh, okay. As a Christian, I have a hard time to answer or try to figure out, like, how do we deal with the geography? Like, if I was born in India, there's a higher chance that I would be Hindu.
Yeah, it's
But
just
since I
a
live in
genetic fallacy. That doesn't determine something true or false. It just means that, hey, you lived in an area and you're more likely to believe what's in your area. That's the only logical conclusion.
Okay.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. Mm-hmm.
You out at 3?
At 3? No, I can go longer today because the gym shut down this week for Christmas.
Okay, I have to be out at 3.
Yeah, you leave whenever you want. Dave Smith. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
How are you, bro? I'm 38. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you. All right, man. Christianity's true. Change our minds. Go ahead.
Can I just address with the last, a couple of points you just made?
Are you Christian?
Yes.
All right. Appreciate your time.
Quick on that quick draw today.
Dakota. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, John. I'm 28.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Change your minds. Go ahead.
I actually agree with you. I just wanted to call in and tell you it's great what you're doing. Great to see brothers in Christ doing that. Just wanted to address something if it helps as far as the...
Appreciate your time, man. Appreciate the kind words. Guys, don't come up if you're a Christian. Well, I'm a worst. They come up, they're like, oh, I just want to say I appreciate everything you do, but I want to talk about this. Guys, you can start your own channel.
Like, he's trying to be helpful.
They might be, but I don't know what they're going to say. If I just let every Christian come up and preach their part. Remember when we used to do that, Abby? Back in the day? We used to let Christians come up and preach their part, and then that's all we got was nonstop Christians coming up and they would be never shut up. That's when we started doing timers. Yeah.
Actually, I'd like to talk about that guy.
Yeah. It became a soapbox. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
How's it going?
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 30. I just want to say you guys are a bunch of grifters. Grifters. That's all you guys do is you grift.
Well, John doesn't make any money from this.
You don't care about the religion of Christianity.
Hold on. Real quick.
I just want to say that.
Hold on.
Peace out, buddy.
Hold on.
Peace out, buddy.
I'm a grifter, but how is John? He doesn't make any money.
How am I? Wait, how am I a grifter? I don't get paid.
They didn't want to. He didn't actually want to make the.
Imagine having nothing to do, and that's what you do.
I'm 100% a grifter.
And John isn't even a good grifter. He hasn't even hit his daily goal for the day.
I'm pretty bad at it. Yeah. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Period.
Nigger.
That was a child.
I was a child.
Y'all need to get a
I was a-
handle on your children.
I was a child. I was a Call of Duty player. That was.
Hiro Fusinelli. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I am 32.
All right, bro. Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
I am an unwilling atheist, so I'm more
unwilling.
What?
You still there? Oh, we lost him.
What
Oh, he's back.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. To phrase it best, I'm trying to understand how modern Christian theology.
Lost him again.
Heard
All right, bro.
modern Christian theology, and then
Go
with
get
L eventually.
Go get that signal fixed, and then we'll talk.
It's too bad.
I look.
Why is
fat.
it every?
I
Why
really-
do you sit silent, and then the moment every time I'm about to introduce somebody, you start yapping? Do you have a sixth sense about it, or what?
I haven't.
Abdullah.
Today has been
hold on,
great.
shut
I've
up.
only done it-
Abdullah, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, hi. I'm 33 years old.
All right, bro. Christianity is true. Change our minds.
Done it once today.
I would like to ask you, what exactly is Christianity? What is your belief?
Christianity is the Nicene Creed, the belief that Jesus Christ died and resurrected, was crucified under Pontius Pilate, born under the Virgin Mary, that the Holy Spirit has come, and that he will come, and that there will be a second coming. These are the foundations of Christianity.
And that he resurrected.
Oh yeah, resurrected. There's that thing too.
So, what is the belief about what happens after dying and hereafter?
I'm not really interested in eschatology.
Okay. And what is the belief about the prophets, Abraham, Noah, Moses, all these prophets?
That's such an open-ended question. Belief about what?
The prophets of God, like Abraham, Noah, Moses.
Again, that's such an open-ended question. Beliefs about what? Like how tall they were, or
Like what?
Did they do backflips, how they brushed their
No,
teeth?
no,
Belief about what?
like what do you believe about them? Like why did they come and why were they sent by God?
Every prophet was sent for a specific reason and a different reason.
Okay, and don't you believe they had a common message from God?
No, everyone
for
had a different
humanity?
message.
Could you share a few messages of prophets? Like what was Abraham's message, or what was Moses?
So for example, Jonah was sent specifically to Nineveh to tell Nineveh if they didn't repent from their sins, God was going to destroy their town. So that's a very specific prophecy that was given. The prophet Nathan delivered a prophecy to Ahab that he would be destroyed if he, Ahaz. What the hell is his name? Anyways, was it Nathan? Anyways, the one
Nathan took over for Samuel.
Not that one. Not that one. The guy
David.
who was the guy that preached that gave the truth?
Elijah?
No, not Elijah.
Ahab?
No, let me finish and you'll know. The guy who gave the prophecy to the king who went and was destroyed in battle, and they saw a fire of chariots around them at the end. What was that guy in St. Kings?
Oh,
Anyways,
okay, so
his specific prophecy was to preach to the king that if he went to battle, that he would be destroyed in battle.
Somebody said Gary.
And Gary, and then
Elisha?
And then Balaam was sent specifically to tell Balak that they would lose in battle to Israel. So every prophet does a different thing.
Okay, depending on what was going on at that time, and the prophecies were specific to those times, you mean, right?
Not to the time, to a very specific thing. So, for example,
To a
Samuel.
specific
For example, Samuel.
situation.
For
Yeah.
example, the prophet Samuel was given a prophecy to tell the Israel nation that they would have a king, and that king would be Saul.
Okay. Acha. So I'm a Muslim, so I believe all prophets
tell.
came with a message that worship the true God, the right one, and
Based off what
they
evidence?
came with a message based on the. See, we have a book, holy book called Quran, right? So it mentions all these prophets by their names and few of the scriptures which were revealed to them.
So,
So
because the
they
Quran tells
mostly
you?
had a yes.
Okay. Why should I trust the Quran?
Quran has been preserved miraculously for over
How do you know it's
1,400,
preserved
500 years.
miraculously and not naturally?
Because it is an only 1,400-year-old book, which is you can still find its manuscripts
That's just
preserved in.
what preservation is. My question for you is not that it wasn't preserved.
Mhm.
My question for you is, how do you
Mhm.
know it wasn't just preserved naturally?
Yeah, it could be preserved naturally as well, but it is preserved for 1,400 years.
Okay.
And it is the only book. It is being memorized by say billions of people all
not
over the
true.
world. It is. Are you aware of the term called Hafiz?
Okay. So if it's been memorized by billions of people, billions.
Yes.
Okay. I want
Page
you
to
to
page, line
recite to
line.
me. I want you to recite to me the first 3 verses of chapter 2, or just right off the top of your head without looking up, the first page of Al-Baqarah.
Al-Baqarah, I've not memorized. I'm not a Hafiz.
Okay, so I've never spoken to a Muslim that has the whole Quran memorized.
Oh, okay.
And I've spoken to thousands.
Acha. Fine. I can say I've memorized about 10% of it, 10% of the book.
Yeah, that's not 100% of the book. And I have yet to meet a Muslim that's memorized 100% of the book. So it's definitely not billions. There's not even billions of Muslims.
I've met one.
It is in billions. If you
there's 1.8 billion Muslims or something like that, which is not billions. Billions is plural, multiple billions.
If you could quickly search on Google, you will get a number in billions, I'm sure.
Billions who've memorized the Quran?
Now it's grown. So there are approximately 2 billion Muslims, right? Approximately, and now your argument would have to be every single Muslim has it memorized, then, to say that there are billions that memorized it. But I haven't even met one. John's only met one.
Because if there's 2 billion now, since you don't have it fully memorized, there's 1,999,999,999 Muslims that potentially know.
I'm not sure. Maybe at least it is in millions.
Okay, show me 10.
10 people have memorized?
Yeah.
Do any of your friends have it memorized?
My friends, one of my friends has memorized.
How many friends do you have?
I have a few, about around 10.
Out of everybody that you've met personally in your own life, how many have had the Quran memorized?
The local imams, if I count them,
I believe imams have it memorized.
Yes, so I've been at least to say 40, 50 mosques, and every mosque has an
imams. I agree, imams. Now, outside of imams, who has it memorized?
Outside of imams, I would have met about maybe 2 to 3, 4 people who have memorized.
That's not a great ratio.
Bro, there's not millions of Muslims that have this memorized, bro.
Acha. So, anyways, there's no other book in the world which has been memorized.
Shakespeare.
Memorized by someone?
What about the monks, John?
Oh, wait, remind me. The monks.
The monks that we watched, the fighting monks.
Oh, yeah. So everybody who's a Shaolin monk, who becomes a Shaolin monk, has to memorize an entire book of Buddhist scripture to even become a monk.
Oh.
You cannot become a Shaolin monk unless you've completely memorized it.
Okay. I was not aware of that. I thought there's no book in the world other than Quran that has been memorized. About 300 pages,
And
page to page, line to line, word to word.
Here's the crazy thing about the Shaolin monk things is that they have to recitate the entire book in front of a council of people, and if they get one word wrong, they fail and they're not allowed to do it again for another 3 years.
Yeah. That is the same thing with the Hafiz as well. All these people who memorize the Quran, no?
Okay, so
and,
Buddhism's the word of God then, because it's perfectly preserved and memorized.
No, that is not the only criteria, but
it's not a criteria, bro. Shakespeare is perfectly memorized and preserved.
Okay. Anyways, we have this Quran as our the most primary source of our religion, Islam. So, what is the most primary source of Christianity?
This would be the Gospels and the Epistles.
Because I heard in some podcasts recently that the Bible is not treated as how we treat Quran as an what do you say, non-manipulated book from God. I heard a Christian himself saying that Bible is not something like that. It is.
It's not.
Okay, wait. Can I let me ask you a question. Do you think the Bible is unreliable? Do you think the Bible is unreliable because the Bible is reporting hearsay?
I've heard that Bible has contradictions, and I've heard that Bible is not directly from Jesus, but it is from people like Paul and this some 5-6 people, right? Gospels of these people. So they were
Okay. How much have you personally studied the Bible?
I would say I've not studied anything, almost none.
Okay. So here's what I want you to notice. Muslims will discount the Bible, and they will say the reason we should do it is because it's just hearsay. It's not eyewitness testimony. It's this, that, and the other, right? And they'll mention contradictions or whatever. They'll say this is why we need to disregard it, is because the content of the book is hearsay. What I want you to notice is I've heard you say at least 5 times now, I have heard something about the Bible.
Yes.
But then you also say you yourself have not studied it. So you are relying right now currently on hearsay about why the Bible is wrong. What the world? You are relying right now on hearsay why the Bible is wrong, right? About other people saying the Bible is hearsay, and that's why you shouldn't trust it. Do you see the problem with that?
Yes.
So don't rely on what other people tell you about the Bible. Go and look at it for yourself. Go and look at it, how scholars talk about it, how scholars use it. Look at it for yourself. Because here's the thing, and this is what I want. I want to be able to say, here is what I believe, and here is why I believe it, right? When it comes to talking to a Muslim, right, and you're very generous and charitable and all that, when talking to a Muslim, I want you to be able to say that as well, not based off of what other people have told you on why Christianity is
Mhm.
false, but why you know it's false, where you can present an argument that is something that is not just like this regurgitated idea or apologetic that we hear so often from Muslims. Go and figure it out. Go and
Mhm.
see for yourself, like what the Bible has to say about Jesus, what the Bible has to say about the Gospels, and how it differs from Islam.
Mhm. True. 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 So, in my faith, Islam, the reason that I've not looked into Bible and studied myself is what we are taught in our religion and what we are told about Prophet Jesus in Quran is he was the last second messenger, that is before Muhammad
Yeah, so okay,
Sallallahu Alaihi
I'm just going to
Wasallam.
pause you because we know what Islam teaches. We're very familiar
Acha,
with the Islamic religion,
acha.
and I'm not trying to be rude.
So,
It's just every Muslim wants to tell us, and it's just we've heard it a million times.
Yeah.
acha. So basically, we are told that we have got this latest updated version of the message from God and the final message.
Yeah, we know.
So
That's what I
yeah, so
just
that was
said.
the reason that I've not
Yeah.
personally looked into studying the Bible, and that was the reason, nothing else. Uh, and also, I have this habit of
Okay.
watching debates.
No, that's fine. So, okay, here, let me press you just for a second, because this is like this is the primary, one of, not the primary, but this is one of the primary issues I have with Islam and the Quran specifically, and it is
Mhm.
regarding it's regarding that. Why is it the case that
Mhm.
Allah deceives
Mhm.
people to go to hell?
Allah deceives people to go to hell.
hmm
Uh, I'm. Is it from the Quran? I'm not sure.
hmm So
Could you Mhm.
Allah deceives people to
Mhm.
lead them to commit shirk. Why does he do that?
Could you give that reference, or could you give that exact verse? Could you read it down?
Yeah. So the exact surah, I can't. John can tell.
I don't know what
The
you're
exact
referencing.
surah is where you will in a second. It's where Allah actively makes it appear
Mhm.
that Jesus is crucified.
Acha, so what I believe was when the Prophet was being.
So in the surah it says Jesus was not killed nor was he crucified, but it was made to appear to them, right?
Yes. Yes.
So this is an active miracle that Allah is said to perform in the Quran, to where
Mhm.
he actively is deceiving the
Mhm.
individuals there to believe that Jesus is crucified. The belief that Jesus is crucified is the very starting position. It's the very starting point of Christianity, and
Mhm.
I just want to
the
shift.
death and the
I'm
resurrection.
not cutting off. I just want to address because this one
You're
comment
fine.
always drives me nuts. Not this one. This one. Jesus was a socialist. Show me the verse that says that nobody shall own their money and everybody shall gather it into one pool and it should be equally distributed amongst all people. Go ahead, because I can show you many verses that say that those who have
Yeah.
will be given more. Anyways, go ahead. The
Yeah.
socialist argument is so stupid. I'm going to put that up soon.
No. So this is a big issue, because you have Allah actively participating in deceiving individuals on matters of salvation and shirk. Why does Allah do this?
See, I don't see a problem. See, people are killing a person. They're already
You don't see a problem with
intentionally.
killing a person?
No, I mean, I don't see God deceiving these killers. See, they're already committing this act. Their intention is to kill Jesus, and God saves Jesus and makes these people also believe that, okay, you've done this. So I don't see the problem with how God deceived. See, God did not make these people kill Jesus, right? Crucify
Well,
Jesus.
That's not my claim. My claim is,
Oh.
why does Allah deceive people to believe Jesus was crucified if the crucifixion and resurrection is the very origination of Christianity, which is also referred to as shirk?
Acha.
That's the question.
Okay. Acha. So what we believe was he wasn't crucified.
Well, we know what
Allah,
you believe.
the God.
We know what you believe. We
Yeah.
want
I
an
know
answer to the question.
why. What I'm asking is, what is your belief on why Allah deceived people?
What other option was there?
Don't deceive people.
What could have?
Yeah, don't deceive people. Yeah.
Don't deceive people in the sense like maybe.
I mean, you believe God's omnipotent, right? So
Yes.
obviously he has the power to the principle of alternative possibility, and so he
Yes.
could have done something that is non-deceptive, that doesn't lead billions of people to commit shirk.
Who was committing shirk?
Christians.
You by shirk you mean
associating partners with God.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Okay, I'll ask it another way. If Allah would have just saved Jesus in front of everyone and lifted him up into the heavens and saved him and just ascended him to heaven and did not have anyone be crucified, would Christianity ever have started? Would it ever have started?
Abby, there's a person in one of the chats by the name of Zip. Can you ban them?
Asha, I got your point now. Okay, so what I would like to answer, I got your point now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Okay, good.
If Allah had raised Jesus in front of everyone and just miraculously saved him, see what our belief is. The whole point of this worldly life is is a test.
Wait, please just answer my question. Would Christianity have started?
Christianity, okay, maybe it would not have started. Everybody would have seen clearly that God saving Jesus, and they would not have.
Okay, so Christianity would not have started, right? So who is responsible that Christianity started?
Allah Akbar.
It would be Allah,
because
right?
he did not.
Allah is directly responsible for the beginning of Christianity, which is the sin
Because
of
he
shirk.
did not save.
Because
You
he
mean because he did not-
deceived everyone. Because he deceived everyone that Jesus was crucified. He is the active participant in the reason Christianity exists.
Okay. Suppose Allah had to reveal himself, say today or tomorrow.
All right, bro. You've been voted off the island, but we appreciate your time. God bless. Have yourself a great day.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting very close to crunch time. Technically, we'd be past crunch time. And we're only halfway through our dono bar. So unless we can reach 75% of our dono bar pretty quick here, I don't think I'll be taking another guest. I don't think you guys have earned that right for me to continue.
It's 3 p.m. I've got to do
you should
video
read
editing.
some super chats.
I'm gonna do some super chats right now. Good work. Thank you. I actually followed Little John, the correct way to spell that, before I found Big John. I think it was before you even joined TikTok. It's not the correct way to spell it.
You got both of our names wrong. You got both of our names wrong.
Yeah.
we're we're both spelled Jon.
Because we're Jonathan. You know.
Yep, we're both Jonathan.
Yeah, the correct.
I'm Jonathan.
The correct.
I'm Jonathan David.
I'm
What's your
Jonathan
middle
Steele.
name?
James.
James. Jonathan.
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Very
James,
biblical of
Jonathan
both
David.
of you.
Yeah. So, yeah, if anybody who ever looked at somebody and was like, you know what you need? You only need half a name and then named them John. And then we're going to misspell it and throw an H there. So you're Jahan.
Honestly, I'm fine with people just being called John, but adding a silent letter just seems redundant.
Political power is why religion is pushed on the masses, said nobody with any evidence ever.
Thanks for the $2 though.
Thanks for the $2. Please, can you pray for me? I need Jesus more than anything. I feel disconnected from God. You should ask yourself why you should feel connected 24/7. I think this is like a big misconception people have, is that you should walk around feeling the Holy Spirit just flowing through you all the time. But I'll pray for you. Lord, walk with this man and be present with him. In Jesus' name, amen. Or woman. I don't know. Could be a woman. I'm doing my part. Also hit me with the money. I got you, bro.
Money.
I got you. Don't be a Scrooge and cough up $2. Amen. Well, you could be a Scrooge and cough up $2. That'd be even better, because I'm down for Scrooges. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. I don't know why I just clicked that. John, are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off. I gotta do some stuff today.
We'll miss you.
Preparation for tomorrow. So, but well, thank you for having me, and I will not be here Thursday because it's Christmas.
I'm gonna do.
But
rates.
I might see you Friday.
We should pick a day for. Here's what we're gonna do for Silly Goose Awards. We're gonna pick a day where we do a live and we go through the silly gooses, and then we rank each silly goose on 1 to 10 of the silliest goose. So you just got to help me pick a day. We're also going to open up for those that don't know, we have a Discord. In our Discord, we have a co-host section for those who've been deemed trustworthy. We'll also be able to join if you're an official co-host and be able to leave comments on the who gets the Silliest Goose Award. And we're going to give out a Silly Goose Award for this month at the end of the month. I think that will be a very fun live. So John, you just got to help me pick a date. I'm thinking Tuesday the 30th.
I'll be in Georgia, but maybe. If I have internet.
Maybe. Okay.
If I have internet.
We'll do a soft Tuesday the 30th for the Silliest Goose Awards.
We haven't even really had a silly goose today.
No.
Maybe the guy who said like a veil's been lifted off his eyes. And
yeah, he'd be today. He's not going to win the Silliest Goose Award, but he'd be today's
today's.
Silliest Goose probably. Yeah.
What did he say?
He's the one who did the whole Lucifer argument.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
that's today's Silliest Goose. But
so far.
Yeah.
So we'll have to go through that. Mitzrayim coming in with the $10. Appreciate you. Stood up to the bully. Here's the loot. He's fine. Thank you. All right, bro. I thought you were leaving.
Oh no, I am. All right. Peace.
Bye. Love you.
Bye. He didn't say it back.
He didn't. He doesn't love us, ladies and gentlemen. John does not love us. I think, I think we need 2/3. 2/3 of the dono bar if we're going to take
200.
We need 200 if we're going to take another guest. If not, we just probably call it a day. Just call it a day.
I got a lot of work to do, so.
I got work to do too. So,
do you want to talk about what we're doing tomorrow?
What are we doing tomorrow?
You know what we're doing tomorrow. Think about it for a second.
Oh yeah, that's tomorrow. Wow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, there will be no live tomorrow because we're having some friends over and we're doing the entire Lord of the Rings marathon, the
extended edition.
Extended cut, the whole 12-hour movie. So that's what's happening tomorrow. So there'll be no live. We're going to do that, and they've never watched Lord of the Rings.
Never seen it.
Insanity. Not once. So we for Christmas, me and Abby bought a Blu-ray player for the two of us. So every Christmas we just get ourselves one nice thing that we share. And this year we got a Blu-ray player, so we got Lord of the Rings in 4K, and we're gonna do that tomorrow. That'd be pretty pumped about that. Doesn't say anything. It just okay. Appreciate you. Some people want to keep the show going. I appreciate them. Little John, you're supposed to be the hammer. You let the atheist walk all over you. Merry Christmas. I don't think he's ever let anybody walk over him. Even better, don't be a Scrooge and give $5. Amen. Hallelujah. You know what? Don't be a Scrooge and give $7,000. Let's do that. But we'll give you
Money.
You hit 200.
We hit 200. Awesome. Then we could take another guest. Here's to the BBL for you, John. Hope it turns out. What's the BBL? Sounds dirty. What is one of the worst arguments for atheism? I don't think there's any good. They're all pretty awful.
Striker.
What do you say?
Big black lady.
Is that what that means?
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay. Well, let's bring up a guest. Brazilian butt lift? Oh, yeah. I need one of those. Yeah, I get it now. I get it. It's because I got no butt. And that's the running thing in my chat
Thank you. He does need one of those.
You're not supposed to agree.
I like your butt. I think it's cute, but it hurts you.
Yeah, it does. It hurts to sit. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
What's up? I'm 19 years old. And I'm good.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Changed my mind.
Yes, thank you very much. So, as I understand it, the Christian doctrine thinks that Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit is God, right? There is an issue in this because if Jesus is 100% God, he should be all-knowing. And he comes with a prophecy that never happens, actually, in Mark 13:30. That's my argument. He talks about a specific generation witnessing something that never actually happened. So therefore, I conclude that Christianity isn't the truth and the Bible is false.
And what's the prophecy say?
It talks about a specific event happening and some sort of apocalypse, but it never actually happened.
Where does it say an apocalypse will happen?
It literally, in Mark 24, it says, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky and the heavenly bodies will be shaken.
Do you know what apocalyptic language is?
Yeah, and afterwards, it says, at the time, people will see the Son of Man coming in clouds with great power and glory, and he will send his angels and gather his elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven. That never happened in that generation he described.
I think it did.
Could you show me where?
Yeah, it would be the destruction of the temple in 70 AD.
How does that have any correlation with this verse?
Yeah, do you know what apocalyptic language is?
Yeah.
What's apocalyptic language?
It refers to the specific event. Do you want the definition of apocalyptic? Are you talking about
what is apocalyptic language?
No, I don't know the definition, but I think if you're referring to this verse,
you said yes, you knew what apocalyptic language is.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
You did hear me because you repeated it back. You said the word back, so now you're just lying.
Yeah, okay.
So do you want to start this conversation where you're being dishonest with me, and then I have to treat you with hostility, or do you want to do this conversation where you and I are actually navigating?
Yeah, okay. The truth? Okay, go on.
Okay, so you're gonna stop lying to me?
I didn't lie on purpose, but go on.
No, you lied by accident. So apocalyptic language is when it uses exaggerated poetic language to describe like major events. It's not meant to be taken literal. So for example, the book of Revelation is commonly known as apocalyptic language. That means it doesn't mean like an actual angel is going to come out of the earth and put one foot in one nation, one foot in another nation. And we could say this because we can look at Old Testament prophecy all the time and we'll see like very descriptive things. So for example, the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, receives a prophecy where he watches a tree grow out of the ground and change forms. And then right after, it's explained to him what that actually means. We see another prophecy that's given where a goat and a ram butt heads against each other. And then that's explained that two nations are going to go to war. Jesus is using very similar type of language, where he's using apocalyptic language to talk about the events that are going to take place and what it's going to be like. The way I think it is, I hold with partial preterism, is that the events he's talking about is the persecution that happened under Titus, right? When he destroyed the temple, which is like the destroying of the temple, blotting out the sides, people are running, people are being persecuted. This is pretty much the entire obliteration of the Jewish culture during that time period, which would be very apocalyptic.
Yeah, okay, but one thing would be if what you were saying is true, that it is majority of it is symbolic language, that it isn't meant to be literal. But you also have an issue in the Old Testament, in, for example, the book of Ezekiel, where it talks about a king called the king of Babylon called Nebuchadnezzar, and it says that he and his army is gonna will destroy Egypt and will fill the land with slain. But that actually also never happened. There is no physical or proof or any records that suggest that happened. Ezekiel 30:10-11. And this is a very specific described event which never took place. So this is certainly not literal.
Well, for one, just right off the bat, you said we haven't seen any evidence of it, so therefore it didn't take place. By definition, that's an argument of silence, but we have yet to look at it. An argument of silence is fallacious by nature. So Ezekiel 1:30, what?
The Ezekiel 30:10-11.
So, okay, we're going to go back then. So it's
This
not
is a
far.
response to the thing with the argument of silence. The Bible here makes a specific claim. It claimed that something.
So your
will
argument
happen.
of
You have the right
silence
to
is that
ask.
we haven't seen the destruction, or we didn't see any battle of it, so therefore it didn't
No, that's
happen.
not the only issue. The issue here is that the Bible makes
Can
a
we
claim
read
that
it or
something will
no?
happen. Yeah, you can go on and
Well,
read
you're
it.
saying it didn't happen. How do you know it didn't happen?
Because there are no records that showed it actually happened.
That's an argument of silence.
Okay, but that's the same as what? It's the same as saying like, can you disprove that Muhammad split the moon? Right? You would.
I wouldn't
Christians always
use an argument of silence to say
No,
that.
but you always say there are no records.
Yeah,
that's the classic argument.
Holy shit! Shut up for a second. All right, so the argument I would use
Stop
against
being
splitting.
aggressive, bro. I know you're stressing, but don't be aggressive.
Do I seem stressed? It's just the fact that
you
you
actually
won't.
You actually do.
It's because you won't stop yapping. So the argument I would use against the moon.
You won't stop interrupting.
You just let me know when you're finished, and I'll make my argument. Whenever
I'm
you're done.
finished, but don't try to be rude with me. I'm just saying it.
You done yapping?
Stop using that word, but go on, speak.
I'll use whatever word I want. If you don't like it, you can move on. Are you done yapping?
Yeah, but don't.
Are you done yapping?
Did Jesus exist?
Can I make my argument now?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so the reason that we'd say the argument specifically is not just an argument of silence, that there's no record of the moon splitting, that would just be an argument of silence. But the thing is, if the moon split, what would you expect to see? Does the whole world see the moon?
Yes.
Is the moon splitting in half a pretty catastrophic event?
Yes.
Would you expect more than one person to write it down?
Well, it depends. It can be the moon splitting in the hadith, for example. We didn't know if it was a pretty quick event. We didn't know if it was an illusion. We don't have the specific details on it.
Thousands of people are all looking at the moon.
But there
only one
are
guy
lots of
recorded it.
narrators. It's a mutawatir hadith.
So notice how you're not answering the question. Would you
but you're
expect...
asking a question. I'm answering you, and
no, you're not. What's the
shutting
question
up.
I asked
Let me
you?
answer you?
What's the question?
No,
I
but
asked
stop
you?
asking questions.
What's the
and don't
question
let me
I
answer
asked you?
You just asked me about were there any witnesses? That's
No, that's not what I
said.
asked you. You're literally an idiot. I appreciate your time. God bless.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, bro. Look at you. Look at the state of you. And who's that bitch?
Listen. I didn't do anything. I did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the state of you. You're literally just sitting there.
Vexed that he has to diss his wife.
Hello,
Bro,
how are you?
come on.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 22, bro.
All right, bro. Christianity's true.
Yeah.
Change my mind. Go ahead.
Christianity is true. I do believe that. I've got one question for you. Do you know after we pass away, do we face judgment straight away or not?
I don't know. Appreciate your time.
Yo.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 18.
All right, bro. Christianity is true. Change my mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, so apparently the Bible says that abortion is sin, right?
No, the Bible makes no claims towards abortion one way or the other.
Really? So it's not a sin?
No, that's not the logical conclusion.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to ask this.
So you wanted to ask what? ask what exactly? I didn't really come to.
Yeah, because a lot of
Uh-huh.
conservatives are saying that abortion is a sin.
It is.
So, but you just said it's not.
I didn't say that.
You said it.
No, I didn't.
10 seconds ago.
What did I say?
You said it's not a sin.
I never said that.
See, there's people saying, yeah, you did.
No, he said that the Bible doesn't make
No.
any claim about abortion
I said the
specifically.
Bible doesn't say abortion is a sin.
Okay, whatever, but you claim that it is a sin, right?
Yes, it's a sin.
Why?
Because it's the unaliving of an innocent human being.
Is it like, is baby even like, it's not a baby, it's just a piece of sperm.
Did I say it was
how
a baby?
can it have a life?
Do you know how conception works?
I said it was a human.
Well, but it's not even born.
Oh, what species is it?
It's just a piece of liquid that is slowly getting like, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but it's not a human.
What is it then?
It becomes human, like it becomes like baby is born after 9 months.
So you're not a human until after you're born?
Of course, no. I can't even breathe at that time.
That's pretty.
So every child inside the womb, so 8 months and 29 days, it's not a human?
Listen, I will support.
Notice how you didn't answer my question.
No, it's not a human.
What is it then?
It's just a piece of embryo.
So a child 8 months and 29 days isn't a human.
Homeschool your children.
Definitely homeschool your children. So 8 months, 29 days inside the womb isn't a human. Then it's born on the 30th day is a human. What makes it a human at that point?
But it doesn't have any. It doesn't have any feminine or masculine organs. Like it doesn't have any penis or. Sorry.
So hold on, just real quick. How big was the bus that you took to school?
What?
I'm just curious how big the bus was you took to school. Was it like a normal size bus or was it smaller?
Normal.
Okay, yeah, that's surprising. Yeah, so are you claiming that a child in the womb that is 8 months and 29 days doesn't have sexual organs?
Not at all. Yeah, not at all.
Oh my god. You need to go and research.
No, you gotta prove me. I don't need to research.
Do you think it doesn't exist?
So
Before it's out of the womb?
So just to be
You ever seen
hold on,
ultrasound?
Abby, just let him dig his own grave. Okay. So you're saying that the moment that it exits the womb, all of a sudden it sprouts sexual organs?
Yeah, after you get out of womb, it has a soul after that.
Well, I'm not talking about the soul. You said it had no sexual organs before inside the womb. Then it
doesn't
exits the
have.
womb. Then
I
it
know
exits.
that.
Hold on.
I know that.
Hold on. Then it exits the womb, and then it does have sexual organs.
Yes.
What causes?
exactly.
So what causes it to grow its sexual organs in 15 seconds?
What?
Well, because like the birthing takes a while, but when it's officially out of the womb is only like 5 to 15 seconds when it goes from in to out. So what causes it to just like grow its sexual organs in that period?
Because like it takes time.
Yeah,
but during that time,
when does it grow?
It doesn't have
specifically?
anything.
During the labor process is
During
when they grow?
So during the labor process,
Are
it grows
you
as a
dumb?
sexual.
You are dumb, but are you like trolling?
Is it a Christian love?
No, this is too far, my friend. Did you take sex ed?
Did you go to school?
Yes, I did.
So did you skip sex ed?
Or school?
Well, this is
No,
where
I
the
didn't.
sex ed is where they teach you, like how babies are made, and how do you think people like announce the gender of their baby before they're born?
Yeah.
Listen, I will listen. I will not
hold on.
support abortion.
Answer that question.
Depending,
how do people announce?
depending on the
hold on.
race.
Hold on.
Depending on the race.
Answer
Oh, yeah,
my
he's-
question.
If the baby is fully white,
Yeah, he's
then
100%
that
a troll.
woman
He's
should not
a
make an
troll.
abortion.
He's a troll.
But if he's black, then I don't care. I mean, who cares about that?
It's just a full-on troll.
Isn't this Christian love?
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
35.
All right, bro. Christianity is true. Change my mind. Go ahead.
So I have a question, if that's all right.
Mhm.
So when Jesus was talking about to worship
the one and true, only true God. Who is he talking about?
The Father.
So who's Jesus?
The Son.
So is Jesus? So Jesus is not God?
No, didn't say that.
Oh, you don't believe in the Trinity?
I do believe in the Trinity.
So doesn't the Trinity say Jesus is Father, Son, Holy Spirit?
That Jesus is the Father? No, that's not what the Trinity says.
So what's the Trinity?
Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, you said
So
Jesus is the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. That's not the Trinity.
Okay,
Jesus
so you
is
don't
not the
believe
Father.
Jesus. So he's not God.
That's not the logical conclusion. No.
So do you believe Jesus is God?
Yes.
Or no? You do?
Yeah, but he's not the Father.
So who's the Father?
Father is the Father. That's like saying, who's John? John is John.
So is the Father God?
Yes.
And Jesus is God.
Correct.
How many gods is that, bro?
One.
What size school bus did you have when you were going to school?
I took.
How you gonna tell me that's one when you mentioned two right now?
Mm.
You
So
just said
I have,
Father is
hold
God.
on, I have a question
and
for you.
Jesus
Hold
is
on,
God.
hold on. I got a question for you to see what kind of school bus you took to school.
What?
Let me ask. I answered your questions. I answered your questions. Let me ask mine. Hold on. I answered every one of your questions.
God, bro.
Now it's my turn. I have 3 vehicles out in my driveway. I got a bus, a car, and a bicycle. They're all painted red. How many reds do I have?
There's 3 red vehicles. You said bike is not a vehicle.
Yeah, it's a vehicle.
Really? A bike is a vehicle?
Yes, it's considered a vehicle.
What kind of bike? A motorcycle or a mountain bike?
Just a normal bicycle is considered a vehicle. It's
Okay,
treated as a vehicle.
I'm sorry, but a mountain bike is not a vehicle. That's
really?
number one.
Here's my friend
It's
who's
not
an actual.
the same as the car.
Here's my friend who's an actual lawyer. It says bike is a vehicle. It's treated as a vehicle legally, but this is aside the point. We'll just switch it to motorcycle so we don't have to argue whether or not bike's a vehicle. How many reds are there?
There's 3 reds. You said right.
There's 3 vehicles that are red. How many reds are there?
So there's 3.
There's 3 reds.
You just said there's 3 reds.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not making a claim. I'm saying there are
I'm
3
answering
vehicles.
you. You said there's 3 vehicles that are red, right?
Yeah. How many reds are there?
Okay, so there's 3 red vehicles, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's your point?
How many reds are there?
In the garage?
Yeah, in your driveway. How many reds are there?
Okay. So you said there's 3 vehicles. They're painted red.
They're
right?
all red. Yep.
They're all red. So
Mhm.
there's 3 red vehicles.
Correct. How many reds are there?
There's 3
There's 3 reds.
in your driveway, right? That's what you
So
said.
when you tell people about your vehicle, you'd say there are 3 reds. There are 3 reds out there.
I don't understand. Like, where you going with this?
How big was your
What
bus?
is this analogy you're telling me?
It's not an analogy.
No, this is not this, bro. You just mad because I cooked you.
Oh yeah,
You're telling me there's 3 vehicles.
Bro,
Hold on, you're
I
telling me
feel
there's
so
3
cooked
vehicles.
right now. I feel so cooked
You're
right now.
telling me there's 3 vehicles in your garage. They're all painted red.
Yeah.
Right? You said how many vehicles are painted red in my garage?
That's not what I said.
And I told you there's 3.
That's not what I asked
So what
you.
are you trying to tell me? You're trying to tell me how many
I
colored
didn't-
reds are
that's
there
not
in the
question.
world?
That's
Is that
not
what
the
you're telling
question
me?
I asked you.
Violet red,
That's not the-
regular red.
I did
What
not
kind of-
ask
is
you.
that the
I
kind
did
of
not
red?
ask you how many vehicles are painted red. I did not ask you that.
So what did you ask me?
I asked you how many
So you-
reds are there,
Okay, so there's 1 red.
but there are 3 vehicles.
Okay, are all your vehicles painted red?
Yeah, they're all painted red.
Okay, so the 3 vehicles that you have are red. So there's 3 red vehicles.
But how could that 3 red vehicles?
a
How many
cop-
reds are there?
Hold on, wait. So I'm gonna go with your logic.
Mhm.
If the cop asks you, do you have 3 red cars in your driveway? Are you gonna tell him there's 1 or is there 3?
I'd say there are 3 vehicles because the context he's
Oh,
asking.
you're gonna-
Hold
so
on.
now it's 3.
Hold on.
Yo, what
Let me
you
answer.
asking
Let
me,
me
bro?
answer. Let me
Go ahead,
answer.
go
Because
ahead,
you think
go
you're
ahead.
cooking, but you're actually making yourself look really
All right,
stupid.
go ahead.
Because the context he asked me was about vehicles, not colors. So I'd
Okay.
answer there are 3 vehicles. But if you asked me how many reds there were, what would I say?
If there's 3 red vehicles, you're going to tell him there's 1?
If he asked me how many reds there were, what would I say?
You're going to say 3 because you have 3 red
You'd say there are
vehicles.
3 reds?
If the cop asks me how many reds are in your driveway, right? How many things are colored red?
That's not the
I'm gonna
question.
tell
You
if
keep
there's
changing
3.
my question. You keep changing my question.
So what's your question, bro?
How many
What's your
reds
question?
are there
Where?
in the driveway?
How many reds are in the driveway? You told me there's 3, right?
No.
You really? So 3
I said there are 3 vehicles. All 3 of the vehicles are red. How many reds are there?
3.
There are 3 reds?
Yes. The
So
car,
so-
your bike, and something else.
So those are vehicles. I'm asking how
Okay.
many reds there are, not how many vehicles there are. Pay attention to the question. The question
No,
is how,
okay.
isn't the question. Listen, I want you to stop talking and pay attention very specifically to the question. The question is not how many vehicles are red. The question is not how many vehicles there are. The question is how many reds are there.
Okay, so before I answer that, the only thing in your driveway are just those 3 vehicles. That's it. So okay, now you ask me the question.
There are 3 vehicles in the driveway. How
that
many
are
reds?
only red. That's it.
They are painted the color red. How many reds are
They're
there?
all painted the color red. The officer comes up to me. Hey, how many vehicles do you have that are colored
So
red? 3.
notice how you changed the question again. Remember, the question is
Okay.
not.
How many reds
Hold
are
on.
in the driveway?
Listen.
No vehicles.
Listen.
How many reds,
Listen.
right?
I want you to repeat what I'm saying. We'll say it together. The question is not how many vehicles are. Say it.
How many reds, right?
No. The question is not how many vehicles are. Say it.
Mm-hmm. How many what then? How many vehicles, right?
So no, repeat after me. The question is not how many vehicles there are. Say it.
The questions are not how many vehicles are red. Okay.
Right. No, that's still not what I said. The question is not how many vehicles there are.
Okay. The question is not how many vehicles there is. There's what?
The question
okay.
also is not how many vehicles are red. Say it.
But you did ask me that.
That's not what I'm asking. That's why I'm trying to clarify, because that's not what I'm asking.
You asked me that from the start. You asked me how many vehicles this is there.
Nope.
What are you talking?
That's not. That's why I'm trying. That's why I'm trying to clarify, because you really didn't understand,
Wow.
and you
So
showed me.
Christianity is that confusing?
Hold on. You
So
showed me.
that's
You showed
the
me.
analogy?
So here's what you
That's
showed me
your
today.
analogy?
Here's what you showed me today. That your bus was so short, it probably only had 1 seat. So let's
Yeah,
try.
yeah,
Let's try
that's-
again. Let's try again.
that's
We're
why
gonna
you
work,
couldn't
we're gonna
answer
work
my
through this
question.
again. We're gonna work through this again. The question is not. The question is
Okay,
not.
go ahead, bro.
Yeah. We're gonna try it. Say it. Say it. Repeat it.
Ask
Repeat
me
it after.
exactly what you want to ask me.
I've been
Ask
trying
me
to. I've been
exactly
trying
what
to,
you want
but
Well,
you.
he tried
I'm
that.
trying
You
to,
didn't
but you
get
keep
it, so now
yapping.
he's trying the other way.
Go
You
ahead.
keep yapping.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So the question. So again, we'll start from the beginning because you did this whole tangent. So let's do it again. The question is not how many vehicles there are. Say it.
Okay. Okay.
No, say it. I
Now
want
go
you.
ahead
I
with your
want to
question.
know you understand it, because you have shown me you can't
The question
comprehend
is
this.
not how many red vehicles there are. No
That's
problem.
still nope.
Go ahead.
See, watch again. That's not what I said. Hold on.
Oh my God, bro.
Page OHN. Love your stuff. Learning a lot from you and Jay Dryer. Logician legends. Never stop. I am developing a moral framework based off logic and God. I hope it helps others think logically. Critique it literally. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Thank you, sir.
Smiley
Nimbles.
face emoji.
The fact that you put me in the same category as Jay Dyer is a huge honor to me. So I appreciate it, and thank you so much for your generosity. I'm glad we could have been a help to you. So notice how I say the question and you assume what I'm saying again. So you've shown me that you are incapable of listening. We're going to try to do this one more time. If we can't get through it, I'm going to move on, because I don't teach kindergarten class. So you'll have to go with somebody who does that. So the question, let's try again. The question is not, I want you to repeat. The question is not how many vehicles there are.
The question is not how many vehicles there are. Okay.
Great. Awesome. The question is not how many vehicles are painted red.
The question is not how many vehicles are painted red. Okay.
Phenomenal. The question is how many reds are there?
1.
There's 1 red. Great. But there's 3 vehicles. You get it?
Okay.
You understand? So you have 1 thing that is red, but you also have 3 things that are vehicles. All those vehicles are red. Are you okay with saying that?
So you have 3 vehicles, and all those vehicles are red.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
But there are 3 of them.
Yep.
Okay.
So now you're understanding this is called a counting method, right? So what we're doing is we're counting the vehicles based off category vehicle. We're also counting the color, which is called a trope, based off the category of color. There is 1 red, 3 vehicles. We in alignment?
Okay.
Okay. So when looking at God, there are 2 different categories. There is person, and then there is divinity, right? When we count person, we have 3. We have Father, we have Son, we have Holy Spirit. There are 3 persons. Do you understand?
Okay.
Phenomenal. When we are counting God, this is divinity. When we count divinity, we only count 1. There is 1 God. So there are 3 persons that subsist in the nature that is God.
Are they all the same?
They're not numerically identical to each other. No, this is why there are 3 persons.
So they're different.
They are different.
So how can it be 1 God, but they're different?
Think of it again
if they're 1.
Yeah, so again, think of it like the trope. So the Father, right, if you want to hold to a monarchical Trinitarian point of view, which is perfectly fine by me, the Father is God, the Father is a say. The Son eternally comes forth from the Father, which shares in his nature. It's distinct from the Father, right? So think of it like this. If I close my eyes and I envision who I am, I have an image of myself. I'm human, but it's not a perfect representation of myself because I'm not perfect. But if God doesn't have eyes, I'm just using this as an analogy. If God was to close his eyes and imagine who he is, he would have a perfect actual representation of himself. It would be distinct from himself, right? Because it's not him, but it's also in his nature that is God. So those two persons would be in the nature that is God. So the Son comes forth from the Father. The Holy Spirit comes forth from the Father. They're both eternal with the Father, sharing in the Father's nature. They are not each other, but they have the divinity. They have the trope that is divine.
Okay. And is one of them more powerful than the other?
No, because they
Would you
share
say?
in the same power.
They share in the same power.
Mm-hmm.
So none of them are stronger than the other.
No, because there's only one being. So let me just make a distinction here. A being is your existence. I am a being. My wife is a being. You're a being. I have my table in front of me. My table is a being. It doesn't entail personhood, but it's its state of existence. There's only one being, one thing that exists. And that being has 3 individual substantive rational kinds. These is self-awareness. They share the same power. They share the same mind. They share the same divinity.
They share the same mind, power, and divinity. So then, if you're going to say that, what is the context of the Father is greater than I if they all share the same?
Because this is monarchical Trinitarianism, where the Father is a say, and the Son springs forth from the Father.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
So the Father's a say, right? That means he is the source. He is the top. And the Son springs forth from him. Now, that's not the context, but we're talking about the nature. When Jesus is talking in the context of the Father is greater than I, well, we go to Philippians 2, where it said that Jesus, who existed in the form of God, did not see it something to be grasped. Therefore, he emptied himself, taking on the form of a man, becoming a servant. So the person of Jesus took on flesh and submits himself to the Father.
So God humbled himself, can I say, right? Humbled himself?
Yeah.
Right? So he downgraded himself and he submits to the Father.
No, not downgraded. That's not what humble means, right? For example, if I'm an excellent boxer and I act humbly and I don't show off my boxing skills, does that mean I've lost my boxing skills?
No.
No, of course. So Jesus humbled himself and was found in the form of a man. This is the hypostatic union. He still has his God nature, but he also has a human nature, which is a humbling thing, and he operates as a servant.
Okay, so when he humbled himself to the human being, right? A human being is weak, correct?
Human flesh is weak.
So that's why I said he downgraded.
He didn't
because when
downgrade
you become
because
human, you're not all powerful anymore, correct?
he did not give up his God's nature. He took on human nature. Those are two different things. So he subsists, which means he exists in both places. The person of Jesus subsists in the divine nature as well as the human nature. The human nature, right, is limited. It is weak, but he still has the divine nature. He didn't give it up.
He didn't give it up. So, but he does this all by the will of the Father, correct?
They only have a one will. There is one will of God. Jesus, through the hypostatic union, could say to have two wills because he has a human will as well. There's a human will. But in the nature of God, there is only one will.
I mean, listen, it's still confusing to me, no matter how you put it.
That's fine.
You know, I'm not even going to be disrespectful because, listen, if that's the way you think, that's the way you think. But I'm just giving you my reasons why it's confusing. And I'm pretty sure you would say it's also confusing.
I would say that it's difficult to grasp, but just because it's difficult to grasp doesn't mean it's not true.
No, I'm not saying it's not. But the issue is, if God wants you to know something, he's not going to make it difficult for you to learn about him.
Okay.
It should be easy.
Okay, according to what?
What do you mean, according to what?
Well, you said God.
I mean,
you're assuming. So let me clarify.
Not for everybody. My opinion.
Yeah. So your opinion is that
My
God.
opinion.
Yeah, your opinion is that God should make it easy for people to learn. My question for you is, why do you have that opinion? Why is it that you get to decide what God's motives are?
So if it's going to be hard for me, right, or for anybody who finds it confusing, what makes you think that they're going to be willing to learn more?
That's a motivation, right? I'm not interested in your motivation. Your motivation doesn't determine whether something is true or false.
It's not, but this is why people leave Christianity, though, because it's difficult.
Sure.
Correct?
Sure, fine. If I'm not saying that is correct, I'm just saying even if that is the case, so what?
I mean, if Jesus just flat out said, "I am God, worship me," yeah, and I'm talking about verbatim. Why couldn't he just say that? And like, why is he giving us clues? Like, do we have to look for special magic boxes to see who he really is, or what? What is it?
Yeah, this is called the Messianic mystery. Now, mystery, according to St. Paul, doesn't mean that we don't know. Mystery means that God didn't reveal at the beginning, but throughout time, through his nature, revealed things. So you ever hear that saying, show, don't tell?
Yes.
God shows, doesn't tell. Right? So Jesus, right, doesn't straight up just say, I am God, but he does in a lot of different ways. But the words, I am God, never come out of Jesus' mouth. Neither does him saying, I am the Messiah. Well, actually, I think it does come out once. But for the very beginning of his ministry, he never really says, I am the Messiah, to the point where Peter, everybody's like questioning, who are you, who are you, who are you? And he goes to Peter, he says, well, who do you say I am? He says, well, we say you're the Messiah, right? Through his actions, it was revealed who he was. And so through his actions, this is what we call hands, honors, attributes, names, deed, and seat. Through his actions, we can see his divine nature, but we can also see him claiming divinity through the way that Jews spoke at Second Temple time. So he did use very specific language that said he was God, just not in the sense that we understand it.
So when you say shows, because you're saying show, don't tell, right?
In a lot of ways.
How did he show? Give me an example of how he showed.
Well, he accepted worship. That was one thing. So
okay.
that would be accepting the honors. He had power over the laws of nature, which would be another thing. He claimed to have the same name.
What do you mean laws of nature?
So he had command over like the storms, over life and death. He could raise people from the dead. He could calm the storm. He could walk on water. He could do these things that were only attributed to God. If you look back in the Old Testament, it says that the only person who can control the storms is God. And then Jesus himself calms the storms. So this would be like another example, right?
What did Moses do?
Moses didn't do anything. God did it.
He didn't split the sea?
God did it.
God did it. Now Moses.
So let me give you a specific example with Moses. Moses was commanded to speak to the rock and split it to give water to the Israelites as a miracle. But Moses went forth and hit the rock with a stick and was punished for hitting the rock with a stick rather than speaking to it. Why? Because Moses tried to take the authority, the glory from God and put it upon himself. Jesus takes the glory and puts it upon himself and is never rebuked for it. So, for example, it says in the scripture, it says that Jesus says, I lay down my life. No one lays it down except me, and I will raise it up again. But then it also says that it was God that rose Jesus from the dead. So who rose Jesus from the dead there?
Wait, so Moses said God rose Jesus from the dead?
No. Moses.
The thing is not, it's not that. It's something's going on with the connection. I'm hearing you like you froze.
Okay, so
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Moses was punished for trying to take God's glory when he performed miracles. So Moses would perform a miracle, but he wasn't allowed to say it was his miracles. He was punished for trying to do that. Jesus performs miracles and says that it is he that does it. And he is not punished. He is glorified, put up amongst high on that. So Jesus.
I'm sorry.
No,
but when you said it is he who performs it, is it though the permission from the Father?
If I gave you permission to drive a car, can you drive a car without knowing how to drive a car?
Yes. If you give me permission, yes.
But if you don't know how to drive it, even if I give you permission, can you drive it? Yeah, you can't drive it, right? Right. So the Father, right, gives authority to Jesus. Does that just mean that he can raise people from the dead?
Can who raise people from the dead?
Jesus.
Jesus?
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure he needs authority, no?
First? Well, authority just means you're allowed to do it. That's not a talk. That's not the talk in his ontology, his ability to do it.
Okay, so I'm trying to explain the verse. I think it's John 5:3.
Which verse?
Where he says, "I don't do anything on my own. I only do as my Father tells me."
Yes.
Yeah. So if I'm listening to that, right, and I'm trying to get the context from it. I do what my Father tells me to do, from His will, not my own will. So that means he cannot do anything on his own except what the Father tells him to, correct?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. Because they are, again, remember, they are one God.
So how is one God given permission? Why does he need permission from the Father if he's also God?
Because again, Philippians 2, who existed in the form of God, did not see it something to be grasped. Therefore, he lessened himself, taking on the form of a servant.
Philippians 2, I'm sorry, could you say that beginning of Philippians 2?
Jesus, who existed in the form of God, did not see it something to be grasped. Therefore, he took on the form of a servant, being found in the appearance of man.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means even though he was in the form, and the word form there is morphe, which means to be the same essence. Essence means the same nature, the same kind. Did not see it something to be grasped. Therefore, he lessened himself, taking on the form of a servant. So a good example of this is in the Gospel of John. Jesus meets with his apostles, and he says to his apostles, he takes his robe off, puts it down, lays it down using the same Greek word that's used to lay down his life, and says to his servants that he is going to wash their feet. In which Peter responds that, "Oh, you don't dare wash my feet. I'll wash your feet, Lord. You're too great to wash my feet." And Jesus says, "Unless you let me wash your feet, you are not of me." And then which Peter says, "Fine, wash my feet, wash my whole body." And Jesus says, the feet will suffice. To wash someone's feet in this time period was a very low thing to do. It was something that only slaves did. Him as the Messiah should not have done this. Jesus as God takes on the form of a servant to show us the way and show us the path. So him taking on the form of a servant, right? He submits to the will of God. That's the way it's supposed to be, because we are also supposed to submit to the will of God. So he took on the form of a servant, which means he submits to the authority of the Father.
Okay. So why do you keep saying, well, not you, but Christians generally, they say God is fully man and fully human?
He is. That's the case. He has, we wouldn't say 100%. 100% is a weird thing to say, right? Because it implies encapsulation. You'd say he is entirely human. He's entirely God. The person, which is just like our rational kind, our ability to be self-conscious. I think, therefore I am. That exists in two natures, the human nature and the God nature. It subsists in both. So he is both. Just like right now, I'm a human. I exist in a human nature. When I die, the person that is John is going to subsist somewhere else, right? It might be exist in a spiritual form until I get my new flesh, but I will no longer have that human nature, what encapsulates it. Jesus subsists in the God's nature and subsists completely in God's nature, as well as subsisting completely in a human nature. Therefore, he is fully God. He is fully human.
Okay. I guess that's the only questions I had for you, bro.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate your time. It got really cordial towards the end. But yeah, God bless.
I know in the beginning was like crazy, but like, you know, it is what it is. We still talk like like adults.
Yeah, we're good, bro. We're good, man. All right, man. Appreciate your time. God bless.
Come back anytime.
All right. See you later.
That was so nice.
I always love it when it starts with a roast and ends in civility. That's always my favorite because like it just shows like I love people with thick skin where they could roast you and you could roast them and you just keep going with it. Those are my favorite conversations. What time do we got?
4:55.
I should end it now, but like listen, we're only like what $14 short of our goal.
Yeah.
$14 short of our goal here.
I think that's acceptable.
I don't know, but we got bills to pay, mouths to feed, right? Like I'm just saying.
We got 10.
Oh, look at that. We're almost there. We're $4 short of our goal. Merry Christmas, John, Abby, and Bert.
We still
God
gotta
bless
go to
you
the
all.
stores.
God bless you. Yeah, we do. We do got.
And I gotta clean the house.
You do.
And make bagels.
Yeah, you got a lot of work to do.
I got a lot of work to do.
And I got to study. I'm currently studying propositional logic, which is about as fun as pulling teeth.
Yeah, it's bad.
Truth tables are absolutely the worst. Has anybody here ever worked on a truth table? Because it is, I would rather get like lobotomized and just be.
Funky says, silly goose turns into beautiful duck.
It did turn into a beautiful duck.
There we go. We got.
We hit our goal. We hit the goal today, guys. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Somebody asked if Bert is our pet. Bert is our cat. You probably saw him just a little bit ago. I let him in because he really wanted in, and then he left immediately, basically.
With that being said, we will end it then right there. We'll hang out for a little bit. We'll do a prayer and a plug, and then we'll take off. Snipe, you're a little too late. You're a little too late, but we appreciate it. We appreciate it, guys. Again, we don't ask a lot, right? We can make that number a lot higher than it actually is. That is, I did the math. That is all we need. That's actually a little less than what we need to survive, but I always anticipate that we're going to make money from our other jobs and things like that. So it is, thank you again, Shannon. Thank you coming in as well. Love you. God bless. Everybody knows I hate grifting. I hate it. It feels like begging, but we are providing entertainment. We are providing a service. So we do need it to keep the channel going. All right, let's do a prayer and a plug. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, you are good in all that you do. I ask that you bless everybody today who's come in and had conversations with us. So even those that have come against us, Lord, walk with them, be present with them. Lord, I ask that you put it on that man's heart that I just spoke to before, the nature of who you really are, and draw him into you. I think that would be just that'd be pretty cool to see. But I ask that you do that for everybody. If we're wrong and we do, correct us. But if those that come against us are wrong, Lord, correct them. And give us the patience to deal with people, and give us the wisdom to understand that when we're throwing pearls before swine. Give us the sword so we can strike down our enemies and continue to walk forward in the confidence and faith of who you are. Be patient with us and give us grace. Forgive us of all of our sins, and give every Christian that's listening right now an opportunity to share the gospel, to be more Christ-like, to show the fruits of the Spirit, and to not just be armchair Christians. Lord, it could be very easy to judge on the sidelines. It could be much more difficult to be in the trenches. So Lord, help them recognize that. I ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. God is good. Hallelujah. All right, guys, if you want to support me, support my channel, you can support it on Patreon, where we do daily Bible studies. We also offer exclusive content to our Hangout sessions and our raid sessions. Although I might not do raids anymore, guys. I'm not too sure about it. They're pretty awful. So I'm not too sure. I have to pray about that and see if that's worth the time. We also have access to a Discord server where we have a group of people that are all really good and integrated into the community and help each other grow. Truth tables and Karner maps are my favorite. I haven't gotten to those ones yet. Whatever they are. Also, make sure you follow me on TikTok, Discord, YouTube, X, all those things. All links are in the bio. We are live Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays for debates. We are live Tuesdays and Thursdays most of the time, not all the time. Again, we won't be live tomorrow for raids and hangouts. And we will do Silly Goose Awards at the end of the month.
Well, we won't be live on Thursday either.
It's Christmas.
It's Christmas.
I might still go live. I'm not a big Christmas guy. We'll see.
Nobody else is going to be here.
Yeah, they're all going to be home.
Yeah, but doing things with their families.
They need to put stuff on in the background. Some people don't like their families. Some people don't have Christmas with families. I'm their family. You don't know that. You don't know. We'll see. Guys, I appreciate y'all. We're going to do 5 to 10 more minutes over on YouTube. So if you want to jump on over there, we'll see you there. If not, God bless, and we'll see y'all next time. Have yourself a good day. And if I don't see you, have a Merry Christmas. All in all, chat, I think today was a solid day.
It was. I don't even know who would be the silliest goose.
I thought that last guy was going to come in to be a contender, but then
I was going to give it to him, and then he calmed down.
He slowed it down, and we both got on track, and he started listening, and that was great. But that one guy was definitely a troll. When he started going into like the whole black people thing, I was like, yeah, he's a troll.
Yeah, that's why I don't really want to give it to him, because he wasn't like actually.
He wasn't actually a silly goose.
No, he was just a
trolling. 30 people got tired of my immaturity. What's wrong with being immature? Like, also, like, what is the definition of maturity? Like, how does that represent? Merry Christmas to you. God has a great sense of humor. I think so too. I think Jesus would laugh at a lot of things. The conspiracy theory guy. What?
But he wasn't really on. He was on for like 2 seconds. Oh no, we were gonna give it to the veil guy.
Well, yeah, we're giving it to Lucifer.
Yeah,
that guy. How does your stream schedule look like this week? I don't know. Let's look.
At least Wednesday. I thought we were gonna do a nice one on Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday we'll probably do one where it's just like an AMA, where it's probably won't be debates, and I'll probably avoid debates on Wednesday because it's Christmas Eve, and I kind of just want to share the gospel with people, and so
Boxing Day maybe.
So probably the 24th we'll do a subject like I'm Christian, ask me anything, or along the lines of ask me about Jesus. And then I share the gospel, and I'll put like maybe no debates today or something like that. And we'll keep it more lively. Tuesday we will not be live. Thursday we won't be live, and Friday we may be live on Friday. I'm not too sure. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, just be part of the Discord, and you'll see the announcements there. John is running from who? Who's Ibn Footnote? I don't know who that is. You get a birthday stream? When's your birthday? Wednesday? That's crazy. That would suck. I'm sorry.
That would suck.
Yeah. That would suck a lot.
Maybe your family did something where it's like special, but it's hard to compete with Christmas.
Yeah. Like, no one's coming to your birthday party.
Well, you'd have to have it in January.
Yeah. Like, my birthday party is pretty close to Christmas, and most people are already worn out from Christmas, New Year's, and then you get to my birthday, and like...
Not me.
Yeah, well...
I'm excited about your birthday.
You're one.
Christmas Eve.
That's crazy.
Sister-in-law. His sister-in-law is on Christmas.
That's crazy.
Rough.
I'm so sorry. January 3rd for you. Mine's January 9th. So our birthdays are like side by side. That's crazy.
Almost birthday buddies.
Oh, Sheikh Uthman. Yeah, Abby, did you see that?
No.
So there is a Muslim who challenged all Christians to a debate. He's like, he invited every Christian to come out and debate. Guess when he did it?
Christmas Day.
Christmas Eve. And he's like, I challenge every Christian who wants to take me down. You could do it. You could do it. And then he did it on Christmas. And then he just completely ignored both Nick and Inspiring Philosophy challenged him to a public debate. And he just ignored both of them. Like it's almost like he knows like Christians who are worth their salt are not going to come at him on those days. And then he calls Christians a coward for not doing it.
Yeah, that's pretty lame. You could literally pick any other day other than like
there's 365 days a year, and there's literally like 2 of those days Christians are not going to show up for. It's going to be Easter and Christmas.
Yeah.
Easter, Christmas Eve, and Christmas. So you got 3 days a year. So pick the other 62 days.
Somebody wants to know how you study.
So it's changed over seasons. When I first became a Christian, I studied by reading nonstop, constantly, every single day. I don't do that now. I actually had a big problem for the last year where I wasn't doing much studying, and I was just referencing things that I knew from before. And I've taken some time off work to have time to study. So basically, I would get like 1 day a week in of studying. Now I study, like I'm going to study this evening, and so I study like Monday and Wednesdays. And the way that I study has changed. Before it was just read, consume, but then I would go in one ear out the other. Now the way that I'm doing it is I study the thing and then I implement the thing I'm studying right away. So like I have like a notebook with me and then I write out the things that I'm studying and I try to implement it so I know it and learn it. But a big part's just like if like you want to learn like historical context, I've learned a lot of history from just reading, just watching lectures and writing notes on it. Like almost everything I know about the historical reportage model comes from listening to a lot of Tim McGrew Tim McGrew and Lydia McGrew. Those would be like the 2 people I got a lot of that from. And then speaking to people like Than. Than was very familiar with it, and so I was able to learn it from that as well.
First of all, Shannon says that they're celebrating their 21st wedding anniversary on January 8th.
That's awesome.
That's the day before your birthday.
Yeah.
Gabe says, this week has been rough for a family illness and family problems. Appreciate prayers.
Lord, look out for Gabe and his family. In Jesus' name, amen. I thought you had more.
No, I'm looking. I'm just reading the chat.
Have I watched or read Dr. J. Smith on the history of Islam? No, I haven't. Should I have? Who is that? I also got a problem where I'm not really like involved in like a lot of like culture. Like I don't really like my feed is filled with funny stuff. So I don't really. You use God to make money. Yeah. Why is that wrong? That's like a silly thing. Like you need money to pay bills. You need money to eat. Why is it that the money that you have to make has to be done through something that is not good? Like I think it's better that I make money bringing people to Jesus than if I made money making pizzas. And again, there's nothing wrong making pizzas. People need to eat. That's a good and fine job to have, but that's just me. People just like, oh, you shouldn't make money from God, and I just don't see why not. If the only thing that you're using God for is to make money, I think that's problematic, right? If you don't actually believe in the message that you're sending, that's a problem for sure. But I don't see any issue with making a living doing like nobody would say, hey, you're bad making a living feeding the poor. Like if that was your job, my job is to feed the poor, and that's how I make my living. I don't think anybody would look down upon that. I think you guys are arguing with each other.
Somebody asked me what keyboard I have. Whatever keyboard was in John's closet.
Yeah, that's actually my favorite keyboard, but I can't use it because it's too clickety-clacky.
It's less clickety-clackety than the one I had.
That one just came with the computer. The other one, I was thinking the other one for some reason.
Oh, the old one I had? Yeah, it was too clickety-clackety for me too.
Yeah, that one
this one's a little bit quieter.
That one just came with the computer.
It's a cyber power.
Yeah, which is what the computer is. Cyber power.
Oh no.
What?
Read the super chat.
Oh. Hey everyone, me and my fiance broke up and I feel lost and broken. Please pray for me. Lord, walk with Mike as he goes through this trial and tribulation. Help him understand that this may not have been what is good for him, and draw him into the relationship that is good for him, or help him recognize what needs to be done, or mend it, whatever your will be done. In Jesus' name, amen. That sucks, bro. I'm sorry.
It's so upsetting.
I'm sorry. That's just I got no advice. That's just shitty. Yeah. And you just got to deal with it.
Talk to people. Be around people, you know.
Yeah.
Don't be alone.
Yeah, oh yeah, don't lock yourself away from the world. But yeah, heartbreak sucks. It sucks, especially when it's your fiance. Like,
yeah,
because like I feel like as a Christian, I don't know your story, but like once you like in that fiance stage, that's it. You're locked in. So something must have like happened. Yeah. All right, guys. I love y'all. God bless, and we'll see you all next time.